Heart and Payan.
Okay. I can take care of Gabriel. I have. And also Opal. I see that Nate is also here. Oh, I just heard.
I'm just getting the spreadsheet up so that I can also track if we need. I can do, for example, like Payhan if someone.
We
Okay.
do need.
Like
I was
I
gonna
have the ability to rewind the stream basically, so I can always look back.
Cool.
So could you, Nate? Could you have a look at Opal then?
Opal and Payhan? Yep, that's fine.
And Payan, okay.
I mean, I don't have a preference. I can do however.
I'm gonna do Gabriel. Sato, you can do Heart, and if Nate, you can do Payan. Is that fine?
Yep.
All right, great. Then
Well,
I will count them down.
While we count them down, Nate, what do you think of Rector Flicker in this clan combat?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't hate Dark Calling because it's pretty good with the imps as a way to reliably bring them back. You start off with 2 horn breaks, so you have some, good ways to kill them off as well. You could also go Accumulator. Obviously, you don't want to do Burn Bright because you just lose. But apart from Burn Bright, I think either one would be good.
Yeah, Burn Bright is not offered in the beginning, so they get to choose which path they are more likely to go with. I think Hart yesterday said that he was really hoping for an imp seed, so let's see what he does with this.
So we have one. I see one Dark Calling with Hearts. Opal went for Accumulator. The other 2 have not chosen their champion path yet, or champion pick. It's also interesting because, you kind of like would, as an artifact, you kind of snap pick the double rage. At the same time, the vault is not bad for scoring. It kind of prevents you from taking any damage to your pyre, but it looks like most are going for the rage here.
Yeah, I mean, with Hellhorn there, you're bound to see some sort of rage. You've even got a few little overlap cards there with Umbra, so I think rage is a pretty safe pick here, that you're going to get something. I mean, I'm sure they're pretty much all hoping for some sort of fledgling imp to turn out.
I think Gabriel just now saw that he's able to go. He was chilling in that starting screen for a while, but I think he'll catch up pretty quick.
Players have 90 minutes, and Gabriel is a pretty fast player generally.
A fun thing on that note that I realized yesterday was that Payhan makes it unnecessary for me to have a break screen. Which, it's no insult to him, it's actually quite fantastic. There's some action going on for the entire tournament. I don't have a break screen.
So nobody yet finishing this first ring, but Hart, I think he'll get it with one impling. Now the issue, he did take a little damage, so he won't have a clean fight. But we'll have to see what kind of scalability they get.
Gabriel is going with the vault.
And as I said, I think there's a case that it's actually pretty good. Because the thing is, even though Rage is pretty good, like Melting Rem, or I guess you wouldn't have more of the Melting Rem than, yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, you have to be careful in these early rounds then, otherwise you're just going to be bankrupt and do some pretty bad things to the rest of your run.
This is a run also where, you can go with Steelworker. I don't know that it's the best pick. I might have taken the considering that you have the rage buff, I might have taken the infusion to do rage on kill. It really depends on what imps you get. That's the thing. I guess they do. There was a rage imp, huh? There was a fledgling
Yeah,
imp.
you get
Yeah,
fledgling
okay.
imp, yeah.
With the fledgling imp, I think this is okay. I would honestly be tempted to prioritize on the third ring, getting holdover on one of your kill cards, on one of your I can't think of the name of it, but your
Horn break.
Yeah, your horn breaks, just so that you can guarantee being able to kill that fledgling imp every turn. I mean, once it's dark calling, at least you get the one turn where you don't need to do that. But if you have accumulator, which 3 out of the 4 have accumulator, I feel like the value of being able to kill off the imp is really high.
Yeah, exactly. Like, just having that extra tank is going to prove quite vital here with regards to exactly Rectiflicker, right? It's going to give Rectiflicker some value where Hellhorned units specifically fall short. Like, defense is not the Hellhorned way for the most part.
And if you're Heart and you went Dark Calling, I think you don't get Endless.
Yeah, I think you just let it ride.
Yeah.
Get your imps for free every turn, which is actually really good.
The only major concern with the Dark Calling that could, and we'll have to see if it becomes problematic, but morsels can be a big issue. You're starting to reform morsels instead of your imps, and that would be a bad time. No one really able to get, other than Gabriel. Gabriel's the first one to actually get a truly clean first ring.
Yeah. And not even due to the vault.
Yeah, he just didn't take any hits to the pyre.
Like we'll see on Heart's side, the little tech you can do with Dark Calling is playing Dark Calling bottom floor, so he starts reforming turn 1, right?
Yeah, I mean, the other way you can do that is if you can self-kill something, right? So, but yeah, you're exactly right. If you don't have that option, being able to play bottom floor to get the most value early is pretty good. The contrast here is that he will have a little bit less, blocking his rail beater, but I think the rail beater should be totally fine. It's been stacking armor this whole time. It's got 2 damage shield, like. It's only late when that becomes problematic. And there's, Perils of Production. That's a snap pick, especially against Seraph, Temperant. Like, you really don't need to worry about it.
I actually don't remember what that Seraph's name is, because it oftentimes feels so insignificant to the run until it's not.
Yeah, when it's diligent, it's very significant, especially Perils. Any type of Ember Drain package build, you really have to be cautious going into Seraph the Diligent, just due to the fact that, like, if you lose that Perils, you're just done. You'll take so much damage from all of the garbage that's being put in your deck. And
okay, it offered tomes in the caverns in Ring 3.
And a Shadow Siege.
Ooh.
Like the trick with Seraph the Diligent is you just play your perils on morsels each turn when you're playing Umbra. Then you can play it. Then you're not Ember Drained, so you can technically play other spells in the meantime.
That definitely can work. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Again, it becomes complicated when you have Dark Calling. So mixing Dark Calling plus Perils plus, but obviously it's not relevant for this run. Like this run, they're totally fine. Temperance, a huge pushover, and the Rage Scaling is going to get out of hand if they can get either Spell Chain, Holdover, or something like that.
I mean, reforming morsels is not necessarily terrible. Like at some point they might survive Divinity.
No, I think it's just having morsels reformed instead of, I think, is the main issue. Like if you have your fledgling imp who you're relying on for your damage scaling, and you just keep reforming a morsel instead, that's going to be a bad time.
Yeah, especially now since it doesn't seem like anybody's going down an umbrella.
Gabriel deciding to fuse the branded warrior into the rail beater, and wonder if he's regretting his choice of his first artifact now. A little bit.
I mean, relatively speaking, he should still be fine, right?
Yeah, sure.
It's just that little bit of extra edge that you get from that.
I think once you have a fledgling imp that you can reliably play every turn, the damage scaling becomes less important and sustain becomes a big issue. So that could become a problem. Railbeater's got a finite amount of armor. He doesn't have accumulator. So what's going to be his main method of sustaining these two units? That could be tricky.
In Hellhound, you can usually find some sort of armor or something that can keep you alive.
Like I think usually you're looking for days with Hellhorn.
Yeah, that would be the one way to deal with Divinity. But I'm even thinking like Railbeater, unless you get a lot of armor, Railbeater does not have a ton of sustain. Like that thing's only got 40 HP, so 40 effective health. So even if you're dazing Divinity, when you start getting some of those like bigger waves with spikes and all kinds of stuff, then it can get wild.
Like I mean,
Like
hard for example,
Siege, but...
the card for example has the lifesteal card.
Yes.
And some damage shields, so I think.
Well, and he merged the Steelworker, so he'll get sustain a little bit through the Steelworker's resolve trigger, but
yeah, Divinity always tricky, huh?
The other thing you could do is if you get a chance to like -2 and consumer move damage shield, that could be an option, especially if you have your perils holdover. Like pretty easy to get 3 Ember, drop a Prismal Dust every once in a while. That could also be enough sustain.
Yeah, like you could make the mistake of just thinking that Steelworker would be enough sustain, but I think the players we have here today are less likely to make that error in judgment. Ooh, the ranged brute shows up for heart there, so I mean
that's kind of auto pick. I think you can't. Yeah, and that's it. Like it's just kind of auto pick. It does become complicated now, though, if you didn't take capacity in your first, as your first option. I mean, you are Umbra, so you have some things. You have Mind Jacks, you have Crucible, so there are some ways to get capacity, but or you just don't play your Rector Flicker on the same floor, which is always an option.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you do have that function to not take draw here as well, because, I mean, if you're going Dark Calling, that is, because, like, the Rector Flicker is giving you basically 2 free draw every turn for your imps, which would otherwise have been an endless imp, you know, typical to a Hellhorn draw.
How just put the Giant Stone, how's that one called again? No, just put the just put Shadow Siege on his ranged brews, which is interesting. Since
I mean, if he ever gets Cave In, it's pretty good.
But then you can't play your imp to scale, right? It's
100%, yeah.
Complicated. I'm interested in seeing where he's going with this.
One method you could do is have a solo floor with just your Deranged Brute plus your imps get trample on him. So every time you play your fledgling imp, especially if it's self-fused, it ends up being, what, 100 damage per imp with trample. Like, that could get pretty crazy pretty quickly.
I guess for now, this is like a 70-70, if I saw this correctly. So he's probably not going to take that much higher damage. It's basically cleanup right now on top floor.
Yeah, I think he's going to merge or put the Shadow Eater, or not Shadow Eater, he's going to put the Steelworker Rail Beater up there, which makes sense. Even base damage, getting the melee weakness, it's going to be 140 damage hits from your Deranged Brute, which is not bad. And he did take Capacity as his first upgrade, so even without getting a Capacity upgrade artifact or spell card, he can still fit the imp up there as well.
And he flexed into the Harvest Pass, so that to give his Vector Flicker survivability, so he can sustain his own floor.
Yeah, but you're already starting to see a little bit of a problem with this Deranged Brute losing half its health to a backliner is not a good sign. He's going to take a lot of pyre damage.
That too, yeah.
That is not great.
And it's only getting worse. This next floor's still leaking. It's not good. Not good. I mean, he only has to survive one more floor, but it is a brutal floor coming up next.
Did you see the boss?
Clip Torment, it's not too bad. Boss isn't too scary here.
Yeah,
okay, Perils. Finally got his Perils.
Finally. Oh, it says holdover, right? Did I saw it correctly?
Yeah, it's his holdover. So once he gets it, he'll be fine. But as you know, one of the important things about Perils of Production is that it has by default opposite intrinsic, or it's at the bottom of your deck, and that's really going to make things complicated for him.
Yeah, it happens quite often, right? That you don't draw it, yeah. Or you have like one fletching imp in your deck, and it always ends up being the last card in the deck, and it's like, yeah.
One hit gonna be enough for him. In the meantime, we're focusing super hard on Heart, but Gabriel still flawless after 3 rings.
He also picked up the Welder Helper, so if he has Fledgling Imp and Welder Helper and can put Endless on it, that would alleviate the sustainability issues. And there is Endless. Yeah, Insta.
Well, maybe because he will do it. But I was just gonna say, like, he still has the option to rely on his Rector Flicker to bring it back every turn. The one advantage of Endless over the Dark Calling approach is if you ever get important work, you're going to get a lot more value because the Endless will allow you to replay the imp multiple times, where if you're relying on the reform, like, you can't really do it that way.
And also there are so many imps and so on in his deck currently, so
yes,
he has to thin it out quite a bit to get that going.
And like the imp scales, right? Like it might get to a point where it doesn't die anymore and you lose scaling. So I think, so I think having the Endless on at least one of your imps for consistency is usually correct.
And the other part too is if he's going to merge Welder Helper at all, then that means the imp itself will have 20 armor when it's played. So yeah, very easy to scale that out of control. That's why, again, having either a holdover imp kill card or having a holdover piercing spell. I mean, you have 2 right now, but getting a holdover on it, I think, still becomes a priority. If that's going to be your method, if you're going to go with the Perils route, I think it's less critical. But if you're going to rely on the Fledgling Imp to get the majority of your rage damage, you really need to find a way to reliably kill it off every turn.
Yeah, usually it's just burn 1 upgrade, right? And like Endless. But you can't hit the burn 1 upgrades here, right?
No, there's no burnout 1, and Yeah, the other problem too is, you know, like look at Hart. He's got one holdover already. If he is going to rely on that double fledgling, he's going to need that's another holdover card. And then if he's going to hold over a spell to trigger that imp, that's another holdover card. He gets 2 draw per turn. Right? Like that also becomes very problematic. Just trying to get through your deck to reach the cards that you need.
But we're already seeing the problems of high shards, right? Like Hard is going to leak again on top of
it. Yeah. Is it enough to kill him?
Not quite, I think.
Yeah, melee weakness really coming in clutch there. If you're not aware, if you're watching, melee weakness does work with the pyre itself, because the pyre's attack is considered a strike. Which again, for Hart here, really coming in clutch, making sure he didn't just die in that last turn. In the meantime, Opal also doing pretty well. Had apart from the first ring, basically flawless. Pehan looking like he's probably fine going into this Talos fight.
Not taking 11 damage there. Paired with the damage he took in the last round, it's gonna set his score down a fair bit.
Yeah, he's really struggling.
Gabriel.
There's her Tyrosine climb.
Ring 3.
Yeah, it seems like the players are being very thoughtful in this run across the board. No one's just kind of like, I mean, Heart's going a little bit faster than the others, but I would say no one's going to be breaking any speed runs. But I think that's at this point probably advisable.
Incidentally, background talking. For some reason, the favorite score is 51, and that does not seem correct for someone on ring 3. Right?
Someone
really wants Gabriel to win.
Oh, whoops! Sorry, I swapped. I swapped hearts. There we go. That looks better. And yeah, looking like Pehan's gonna be able to clear this Talos fight without taking any damage. Gabriel just barely managing to clear that wave earlier to prevent some pyre damage. He had all of those haste units really making things complicated, but was able to get through with his plinks.
He still has the vault. So.
Oh, that's right. He also has the vault. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Like if you still don't want to lose these 25 gold, but
yeah, especially not to some 1 damage unit, right?
Yes.
If he starts leaking like Hard did, he's at least not going to lose points. For now. I think Opal's setup is interesting too. She opts to play her Rector Flicker. She opts. It's Opal? Opal was a she, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, she opts to play her Rector Flicker instead, like instead of the Range Brute for now. Curious to see if that's going to change at some point.
I mean, for now it makes sense because like all that extra damage you're getting from the Deranged Brute, if you don't need it, then Rector is going to solve your Relentless a little bit better.
And she's not going to have as much problems with sustaining as the others, because Harvest Flicker is one of the best sustain units in the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
In theory. So especially with imps. So
and she's not opting to, at least she hasn't taken other units, right? So she just has the one. And with Trample, and this is another interesting thing. So again, if you're not aware how Trample operates with the melee weakness Strike, so when you strike, the damage gets calculated instantly at the beginning with that first hit. So if that first unit has melee weakness, the total value of the melee weakness times your strike damage will get applied with the Trample. And every single Trample hit, so after the first unit, if you, for example, kill the first unit with Trample, the Trample then hits the second unit, that strike will also apply melee weakness. So then with his multi-strike, like, he can actually clear floors pretty effectively because he'll Trample, apply the melee weakness to whatever unit doesn't get killed as the Trample moves down the line, and then on the second hit, it will also get multiplied again by melee weakness and carry down the rest of the floor. So even with just 2 strikes, going to have huge value as the rage builds up on that rail beater.
If you add sweep to the mix, then things just become ridiculous.
Yeah. Which is, again, probably why sweep is not available in the shop at this point in the game.
Or as an infusion, right?
Yeah.
Like, Hard is really struggling with the Fell fight right now. He took a lot of damage to curses. Like, the combination of all those curses and his Ember Drain makes him not able to play out all of these. He just doesn't have enough Ember. So
it's kind of balanced now. It really was until he got his perils that he just was not able to handle it.
Like, he took at least 2 of the big curses, I think. If I saw it correctly. Or... So, yeah, curse spell, right? It's always... It can surprise you.
Yes.
You can snowball out of control, you just don't draw any cards anymore, and... Like, even, like, the strongest decks can completely fail to do much against this fight.
I actually find myself intrinsicing perils more so than twin stoning it, even though that's like a really good thing to do. Because I think once this bottom deck reverse intrinsic that perils seems to be famous for.
I think intrinsic is better early in a run, right? Where your deck is still like 20 something cards, like maybe 30 depending on how much. And once you get into the late game, you might have duped it and you only have like 2 cards or something. It's not that much of an issue anymore. And then spellstring gets better. I think it depends on the run, usually.
And also, I think that's right. Because, like, imagine if you got not Furnace Tap, but the, what is it called? The other multi-strike stone.
Horn Stone.
Yeah. Then you probably do want the spell chain so that it's a little bit easier to play that out. So I think it often depends on, like, do you need the extra Ember? And if you don't, intrinsic typically is going to be better. But if the Ember is valuable, either because of an X-cost card you're getting a lot of value out of, or just a high-cost card in your deck, then I think the Twin Stone makes a lot more sense.
Like, in the meantime, Gabriel picked up the Imp Trinket, the Imp Artifact. That's every time you play the first Imp, you can draw a card and get an Ember back, so it's going to be much easier to cycle your deck with these. Yeah.
And draw in turn is extremely valuable. The one time that draw this turn is going to maybe come back to bite him is in any like fight where there's going to be garbage added to your deck. So during the Fell fight, that could become problematic if he's not able to clear all of his blights. And then, you play your Imp and draw Blight. And you can't play it. But, if he's able to clear all of his blights, then he has no problem.
Yeah,
like, Opal setups so far...
the Heart has duped his or intrinsic a second Prism Retrieval to protect himself from bottom decking his Imps. So that is a smart thing to be doing right now.
It's a hard thing to do, right? Like, I mean, Prism Retrieval, not a lot of people use that card.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's sort of undervalued as this thing that you can use to intrinsic your non-banner units. I find myself, with the sort of shenanigans I get up to, using it quite a lot as well.
Like, I think Opal did someone see if Opal took that? Yeah, I think he took damage there, right? Like, I just didn't see how much.
Gabriel doing a surprising amount of damage against this boss. I think the other nice thing right now is you can see that even though, oh wow, he really lucked out with these strikes to only get 3 blights in his deck. That's actually miraculous because, yeah, that meant that. Oh yeah, he does. He has the. I totally forgot about the tail.
Yeah.
So very very good play there from Gabriel to have a clean fight.
Gabriel didn't. Did he have only clean fights so far?
Yes.
Yep.
He didn't take damage, right?
Perfect run so far for Gabriel.
Yeah, and Payan, as we know, he is slightly behind.
Well, and I always keep forgetting that Gabriel also is the only one with Vault, so he would have been fine regardless, but you know, saving 25 coins by optimizing and getting actually quite lucky with those kills there.
Maybe he calculated it. So maybe he wasn't lucky.
Say, maybe
I mean, maybe.
On the fly math.
That's
he took quite
impressive
a lot
math
of
if he
time.
did.
Hard took damage again, but he killed the boss with Vector Flicker, didn't even go to the top floor.
But he took a lot. It was not a little bit of damage.
Yeah. I think it was like 19 or something.
No, it was more than that. He was at 68, 69.
Oh, then there was another. Might come back to bite him in the end, right? When it comes to comparing scores.
Yes.
There's double summons in the store.
There is one of the reasons that Rector Flicker may outperform Showtail Queen in the run. Because now he doesn't need to find Endless for it, and he doesn't need to solve the 2 Ember cost problem. Which, you know, it's basically just, you get a Transcend Imp, you can play it as if it had Endless and 0 cost, which is... It's gonna give Heart a lot of value here, I think.
Surprised he doesn't take up the... He doesn't take the, lights. The Deus top floor artifacts, lights... names.
Gift. Lights gift.
Gift, yes. So far.
But he took Ashes and he now has a Transcendent as well. Oh, there he is. Lights Ashes. Lights Gift on.
Lights Gift, yes.
Yeah.
So far he didn't... Yeah, okay. Never mind.
Changes his mind.
Like, it basically solves the survival problem, like, for the most part. And Payan is about... No, he does have the Imp artifact too, so he probably won't take damage here.
No, he'll take 1 damage. He only has 1 Ember left.
Oh, he only has 1 Ember. Never mind. Yeah, he will.
He get Ember Drain from the previous round.
A lot of curse fights.
Yes.
Curse fell, this thing.
I think that's why Gabriel took so long deciding between the marker and the what is it called?
Sinner Self?
Sinner Self, yes, thank you. In the end, he took the marker.
But I think Gabriel also kind of has his way to deal with blights, which is he can just take it in the wallet instead of the pyre. So I think that's valid. I don't think you need both. I would pick one or the other. Obviously, Sinner Salve going to be preferred over Vault, but Vault basically doing the same thing for him.
Yep.
And especially at this point, like there's not that much more he needs to do to invest in his deck. It's already performing really well.
I think we're looking at quite some strong decks here. Do you think that it's, I don't know, do you build your decks towards getting flying kills now, or do you think that's a valid approach at this stage?
I mean, you can. So then you're duping your Transcendent if you're Heart, because you have 2 reforms every turn. So it's certainly possible.
He does have the double rage too, so, and trample. So
I think the bigger issue that Heart's gonna run into is just like he can only scale his Rector Flicker, and that's 1 strike. So yeah, he can put actually he already used his trample. He put his trample on his Rail Beater. So I think it's unlikely that he'll get enough damage. It's not impossible, but it's unlikely he'll get enough damage to be able to one-shot on the top floor. And Rector Flicker will never be able to hit Seraph. There's just too many units in the way.
Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't consider second capacity upgrade, so he can actually play his imps with his actual damage floor. Surprises me a little bit.
Well, he has the perils, so he can scale.
Yeah, but peril scaling what, 3? Per 3 rage per, it's not going to get...
He has 2, so that's 6.
Maybe putting trample on Rector Flicker was right here.
Oh, you know what? I think that was a mistake playing the double rage on the middle floor. He should have done it on the top. It's the only way you're ever going to get a flying kill. I mean, it didn't work anyway because the pattern, Seraph decided to be a jerk and go to the bottom floor. But, yeah, he just doesn't have the damage. The strikes, really. He doesn't have the strikes. With trample, though, yeah, I think you're right. I think he could have gotten it if he had trample on the Rector Flicker.
Right, you basically ignore the other floor, more or less.
Yes.
And just have Rector Flicker doing this thing.
Put perils on
or you just have your deranged brute doing that, right?
Yeah.
And ignoring the other units.
That's probably the best approach. Like, yes, you lose the extra benefit of the deranged brute, but at the same time, when you can double and you can get all those imps and you have multi-strike and you have trample and you have melee weakness, like, that would be the way to fly and kill.
These things do escalate rather quickly. I know I've had some runs where it's like, oh, I guess I win on this turn then, when you're just doubling rage and adding more rage and there's a deranged brute and it's just getting out of control. Especially in this circumstance here where Rector Flicker is going to be in the middle clearing out a lot of, well, obviously not in Heart's case now, but generally speaking, if you're clearing the stuff before it gets to the top, you can really administer a savage beating to the last divinity on those extra turns, right? And it's a lot with rage, even without trample here.
This is going to be a scary turn for his deranged brute now. Like the second wave of divinity has a lot of damage output already, since it spawns with the multi-strike backliner. Yeah, it's dead right now.
He does have Prismal Dust.
Yeah, it doesn't save him though. He doesn't want to. Maybe it just tries to make Rector Flicker do his thing with like
the
melee weakness trample. I think he's going to be fine in the long run. Like, as long as he can redraw into his double rage, he's probably going to be fine. Just now, the question: gives a lot of armor to that floor.
I was gonna say that floor looks scary as hell. So I don't know if that's gonna be killable at this point.
I think Dazing Divinity is probably a mistake here.
Yeah.
You want him to kill your imps still? Or
I also think it was a mistake. I think he should have sent up the multi-striker. Oh no, he has Light Skipped. He's fine. I forgot about Light Skip for a second there. Let's see how much he gets out of this Transcendent. So he's at 800, 900. I don't remember how much armor is on that floor. It looks like it's okay. Yeah, he can clear the floor even with just the 900 damage.
I think he's fine. I think he's probably going to get the flying kill still, but that's what I meant with what he could have done in Seraph, maybe. Like, just focus on one unit.
He can put his rail beater out there. I don't know why you wouldn't, just to put him in the back line and then just let him put melee weakness for the next turn.
I think he might want to reform his imps more consistently. Maybe. Oh, he played it.
Yeah, he played. I think you put it in the back just to get melee weakness onto Divinity.
Well, the boss has it now, so if you can clear out that front imp there, then he'll hit the Divinity pretty hard with the melee weakness. That's
I think he just wins. And
Yeah,
it's
there we
the
go.
flying kill, there it is.
Toss it to ranged brute. He'll have enough damage to one shot. Oh, what?
Oh, he
He
does.
almost 4k damage from the trample there.
Yeah,
Jeepers.
I think he was able to get the flying kill maybe on Seraph.
Yeah, I think so too. With the
Absolutely.
trample on the Rector Flicker would have been enough.
Or it's probably better to trample on the range brute or something, right? Because then the rage scales a little bit more. Or on his multi-striker with melee weakness. That might have, like, one of these two things probably. Like, he has points to make up, right? He took a lot of damage on a lot of combats.
Yeah.
Yeah. He took. We can go see. But he took at least 20 on 2 different fights. I mean, he almost lost, like straight up, almost lost on one ring. So it was very close. Looks like right here, Peihan also going to take some damage. Quite a bit of damage too. That guy's got a lot of rage. Or no, he's not a lot of rage. He's got high base damage. He's going to take. Oof. That was a lot of damage to the pyre. But now he looks like he's in a better spot.
Like, Opal's build seems to be very consistent so far.
And once she has the opportunity to get the Transcend Imp, I think she'll be pretty much set. Because hers is exclusively scale with imps and then, play your last stand. So I think hers has the most, as I said, it's the most reliable right now.
Good thing Gabriel has his vault now, so he doesn't take damage to the curse.
Yeah, I think that money is maybe just a few artifacts later on, so it's not gonna devastate his run to go broke here.
I mean, bigger concern right now is the ranged brute's almost dead.
Yeah, the survivability problems. Sometimes, like, Helen can be very strong at scaling offensively, but then sometimes, depending on the fights you encounter, like you get like Sycophants or Seraph or something, and suddenly all your units are dead.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those fights that got significantly harder with shards, in my opinion. And like, especially those fights where more enemies spawn than usual.
Yeah, Gabriel's gonna lose another 25 coins here. And the problem is that they're going to keep coming back.
Yeah.
Once you get 2 ultimate penances in your hand, it's just miserable.
Payan took a lot of damage on.
Yes, he did.
Like 40 something, if I saw it correctly.
Yeah, 40 damage. That's a yeah. He did clear it though, so he is through. And overall, still ahead of Hart at the same, or ahead of where Hart was at the same point. Gabriel's still the only one who's had a fully clean run. Really lucky here. He gets to actually clear that backliner. so you won't get any newer ones apart from this last one from Fell. And also very lucky he didn't get another Ultimate Penance in the same hand. So I would almost have not played an Imp just because that draw could have been bad. But he'll get an Ultimate Penance in his next hand, probably. But he has the capability to play it out. So it seems like in a pretty good spot.
Someone in chat, Shiaka, pointing out that Hart's play there right at the end with the rail beater was pretty smart, and I think that just goes to show how well Hart knows his combos. That, like, putting it there and knowing that that was the right answer. Yeah, it's just those small little tweaks that he makes to these combos to make them just that little bit better. You often find him on the top of daily leaderboards and stuff because of those little tweaks that he makes to the common strategies, which is, it's a good thing to point out with Hart as a player.
Gabriel is able to get the clean ring 7 or ring 6, so he is certainly in line to get the lead. He doesn't even get a flying kill. If he just plays this clean the rest of the way, he'll at least beat out Hart and probably also Peihan. Opal's not too far behind though. Opal only took damage in that first ring so far.
Yeah, and at this point, Opal actually decided to play Vector Flicker mid floor and starts playing the range boot top floor.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. We'll have to see. We know, because of our knowledge, we know that a Light's Gift is coming. So from a sustained perspective, she's probably fine. But she doesn't know that, so I'm very interested to see or to hear her thoughts right now, whether she's nervous about going into Divinity with this setup.
I mean, I guess with a setup like this, you usually hope to kill Divinity before it becomes a problem. Did she see the doubling? She had the double rage thing in hand, right? So
yeah, but she didn't have the Ember to play it.
Yeah, but she knows that she can scale very quickly.
Yes.
Like, shout out to these rage cards, these doubling cards in general. Like pre-DLC, they weren't that useful, right?
They were very much win more, and now they're oftentimes win barely cards. Yeah. So, because that's kind of the thing, right? Like, the game has become a lot more offensive. So being able to get these doublers, especially when you can double rage, very, very, very powerful and oftentimes necessary to get these runs to survive at high shards, especially.
Maybe it found the melee weakness event. Oh my.
You know, if I were Gabriel right now, I would seriously consider taking Sapstone. I mean, obviously, again, we have the gifts of foresight. We know that there's the Light's Gift, but not knowing that there's a Light's Gift, I would be very tempted to just put Sapstone onto my Imp and call it a day.
Yeah, I've been finding that play to be far more consistent in terms of winning runs than taking melee weakness.
Especially with double summons.
Yeah. And transcend imps and things like that. I mean, yeah. You can win the last divinity fight with the transcend imp that has a sapstone. You can kill them with the pyre pretty easily as long as that imp dies before the sap goes away.
I think he's still thinking about it. Like, he hovered over the sapstone. I think in a normal run, it's more consistent usually, yes. But the problem is then his imps don't die anymore. Like right now they get killed, right, by enemies, and when he picks the Zapstone, he suddenly has to ping them off himself.
He has holdover on his Hornbreak. So he has a method of killing the imp every turn. So I think for him it's not so scary. Honestly, the biggest problem with his deck right now is he just has so many damn imps. Getting through all of them to get to his cards he needs is a struggle.
There's another multi-strike in the store. This rail beater is going to hit a lot of times. And Payan just entered the fell fight. No, it's a fell fight, right?
Yeah, fell fight.
Yes, of course. They're the statues. And we'll see if he can deal with the curses. Like the others, like even Gabriel struggled. Like sure he has the vault, but even he took damage technically.
And has the Sinner Salve.
Oh yes, Sinner Salve. Yeah.
I kind of disagree with that. Oh, I guess you're right. He does have Sinner Salve. I was gonna say though, like I would still have maybe considered sending the guy up and dazing, but I mean, yeah, with Sinner Salve is probably not as necessary.
Yeah, with the imp in the hand already, I think it's fine. Like if you don't have it, you might be worried about not drawing enough cards, so you can't get your scanning online. But
that's the funny thing about Garbage Fell, really, if you think about it, is that like first you solve this problem of how do I play the cards, and then you come through like a couple of runs later and you see it again. You solve the Ember cost issue, and then all of a sudden you realize you're not drawing the cards you need because there's a handful of Scourges coming your way because you didn't care. That statement being more for the newer players. Don't fall into the trap of not caring about Scourge cards if you have Sinner Salve, because they do still affect your draw.
Like especially with Perils having anti-intrinsic.
Yes.
Stuff like this. You want to draw cards. Like I guess most Payan doesn't have intrinsic on his Perils, so we'll see. Like the others have.
Ooh. Opal, her Deranged Brute almost just got wrecked. I mean, she does have the Tiresome Climb, but very, very dangerous. Any type of damage leaking here going to be tough. The bigger issue right now is that like Seraph just has all these freaking damage fields, so you can't get the damage you need. Still has 3 left, so even if she gets the damage, just getting the strikes onto Seraph, because the only spells she has are the piercing spells.
She has the flying kill in here.
Oh yeah. Am I insane? How is she getting the flying kill?
Trample.
Yeah, maybe she
11,000.
Holy crap! Wow.
Did we miss her picking up double melee weakness on the rail beater?
I think she must have another strike, because Seraph still had 3 damage shield.
Yeah.
I would like to hear her talk about her choice to pick Harvest Flicker, Rector Flicker. Like, because she's like the only one that did it. If you're down for it, of course. like asking her. Because I think most people would probably pick Dark Calling, I would assume.
For Peanut Jack in the chat there, what happens is like they get the melee weakness applied, but as you say there, it doesn't get removed by the trample hits, so that melee weakness is just stacking up on Seraph the entire time. Much the same way Seraph the patient would do to you if you were dazing or through or something.
Yeah, it's the same issue with trample. Of course. It's a weird interaction.
So Opal, and this makes a lot of sense. She's opting not to Tiresome Climb Divinity because she wants Divinity to keep killing the imp. But at a certain point, that will have to switch over because her Deranged Brute's about to die. So we'll have to see Yeah, even that imp is not going to be enough. This is dangerous. She does have the damage shield, so I guess she's okay for this one round.
She didn't pick up the Light's Gift. Maybe she didn't have enough money?
No, I think she intentionally didn't take it so that she could have the imp die every turn.
Yeah.
And then you just play your piercing onto something else instead.
But I think against Divinity, it already dies every turn, right?
Yeah, that's true.
It's a tough one, maybe.
Gabriel fighting here. His vault is already empty.
His units are dying.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be alright. Because there's only the boss coming.
Yeah.
That was close one.
He still needs to kill the backliner, but then he's fine.
The days in hand, so if he just dazes the boss right now, I think.
Oh yeah.
There's the.
Plus, gotta get that score up, 1 floor earlier. He did take damage though.
Yeah, he did. Seems like it at least.
Oh,
he took 5 damage.
Oh yeah.
5 damage.
Yeah.
Also, another interesting thing you can do with the melee weakness stone or rail beater is with a molting imp infusion. If you put that onto whatever has the melee weakness, then those also apply melee weakness, which is pretty bonkers.
Also,
if you find a way to kill a rail beater every turn.
If you get melee weakness on Shadow Eater, all of those strikes also have melee weakness, but they also consume melee weakness. So what you can't do is use Shroud Spike and just get infinite melee weakness. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. You actually just get 1 per, because every single time he keeps consuming it. The jerk. But
I think if Opal sends up one of the backliners, she should be okay.
Yeah, or even just puts damage shield on the deranged brute.
No, she gets the flank kill.
Yeah, there you go.
It's just going to be a fun hit to see.
Letting everybody die.
Not 11,000 though. I think she played
that was nuts.
She played a very solid run.
Mm-hmm.
Took damage once only.
Yeah, she'll take first position unless Gabriel gets significantly more shards and flying kills both. But currently Gabriel's only at 175. I don't think he can get any more unless does he have a dupe? I didn't see if his path allows him to dupe something.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so that would be the way. He'd have to dupe something to get himself up to 200 shards, and then if he gets both flying kills, that would put him in the lead.
Opal was also only on 165 shards, and she took some damage earlier, right?
Yeah, just the one in this the first ring. That was it.
Yeah. So Gabriel doesn't necessarily have to get more shots, just get the flying kills.
Yeah, that's right. If he gets the flying kills, he'll end with just slightly over her on score, but it's very close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely the end of this game in the second round, I think.
Meanwhile, Payhan still considers every option, right? Thinks about everything.
Well, he's getting tight on time now. He's only got about 25 minutes left.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe someone tell him if it gets closer. Like, I think it's like if he scales as fast as the others, I think he's probably going to be fine, even with slower play. But we'll see.
I have to admit, I am a little bit jealous of his ability to just sit there and consider like everything without boring himself. It's like I've tried to play like that and I end up sitting there like bored with myself. I was like, come on, do something already.
Like, Gabriel doesn't have Light's Gift either right now. And this Seraph is a very high damage Seraph. Like, he spawns waves that do a lot of damage. So we'll see if he can sustain his route this time. It was already close on ring 7, right?
Yeah.
And Divinity usually, I guess, Divinity has like 2 turns to get a lot of damage online. Maybe that's going to help him. He does have the hold over days.
Well, the nice thing is that his imp does sap, and a lot of it. So the backliners won't really do much to him at all. I think the bigger issue is until he gets his horn break, he's going to have a hard time killing off the imp over and over again.
Yeah, I forgot he picked these up. Stone. Yeah. Drawing doubling rage and trample in the same hand, and his imp. That's a good question. What do you play then, man? What's the most likely to get the flying
you pray for excavation to hit. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And it does.
That's my line.
Yeah.
Just bring out the hope.
Not killing his imps though.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I think you at least want to kill the rage imp, unless he's kind of decided he's not going to try to go for the flying kill.
I mean, he already does 300 with a melee weakness. That's another 600.
That's the flying kill. Nice.
Holy moly.
Oops. Yeah, very clean run from Gabriel.
Well, he's in line. I don't imagine it's either going to be he loses or he flying kills. There's not really going to be an in between here, and I suspect he probably won't lose. He plays the imp one time, and Divinity basically doesn't do any damage anymore. But you know, as it is, does he? Yeah, he put intrinsic on his what is it called? Spell. The draw unit, reduce its cost.
Prism retrieval, yeah.
Prism retrieval. He's guaranteed to get an imp, which will at least be 1 draw. But I mean, he's got to dig through his deck, which is going to take a minute. He'll at least burn through 8 cards. He'll get through 8 cards, and then on average, he'll be doing 7 cards per turn because of the extra draw. So he'll probably get there.
Yes,
having the horn break in your opening hand is not really ideal without the imp, but I guess it's fine.
Well, there you go. Coming through for him there, the prism retrieval.
Of course, just draw well. Like what else you need to do? Just draw well and you win.
Already did like 600 damage.
Yeah.
He was gonna draw me from the prism retrieval page, so that was.
Well, but he still has all of his Queen's Impling, so there was definitely a chance it was not one of those, but gets lucky.
Yeah.
But still, he had 2 turns to draw into the page.
Hey, Connor, I'm seeing.
And yes, prism retrieval.
Yeah, fixed.
So, the prism retrieval tech draw him the imp, right?
Yeah.
I think I'm always surprised. Isn't it surprising like if you think about it, that the last boss in the game is sometimes the easiest to flying kill.
Yeah.
Like,
well, this has always been my big thing with Divinity is not scary. It's his waves that are scary.
yeah, and sometimes if you're Umbra and you don't find a way to play around sweep, then he's probably scary.
That's very true. Yeah.
Like coupled with the less capacity on mid floor, it's like, what do I? But it's like interesting. You have like bigger waves and everything, and still
flying kill for Gabriel.
So there we go. So Gabriel will finish us off in first position. Opal will come in second. There's really not a way for Peihan to pass her at this point because he took a pretty big hit on ring 5. Yeah, so we'll be going in, but I would say even then the spread's not like huge. 20 points is not insurmountable at all, depending on how difficult the last seed is.
We saw that yesterday. The last run. Peanut Jack was like 20 points behind the other two, and it ended up being very close. He was short in the end 3 points.
Now I have zoomed in on Peihan just so that everyone can follow along just that little bit.
I will post that there's 18 minutes left in the chat. So
it's on the last ring, and the deck is pretty straightforward, I guess. But probably still best to warn.
But he took like almost 10 minutes again for this one ring. Like if he does 10 for each ring again,
yeah, then he's
not going to have time. Looking at the map right now. So, oh no, my stream just lagged. Okay. I can't imagine Hart being very happy about this run. Still there.
We want to bring in some of the participants while we're watching finish the run. Just to get their thoughts.
That might be a good idea.
Yep.
Yeah. Dealer's choice, since Confucius is our resident interviewer.
Oh, I think we can now all. I think we all have our questions, right? So, I'm currently posting the in the tournament chat, so maybe you can choose for me. But anyone's fine. I think we had.
Let's get Hart in here.
All right.
See just how devastated he's feeling about the performance.
Hello, Hart. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Hey there.
Hey there. So, what did you think of the run? Was it a good run to get warmed up for the semifinals?
Honestly, I was expecting a bit more of a killer run, like yesterday's, our second flight. So that's why, I took the Shadow Siege for an infusion, just to give the extra stats and survivability. Then I think I got a little too focused on that and missed the fine kill, especially against Seraph, which I realized I could easily have done. If you notice, I changed my strategy and focused on pumping up the Rector Flicker against the last Divinity, and that worked a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about that too.
Exactly. Yeah. Sorry to disappoint. So, but I think this yeah, it's a little bit better to not have a killer seed right at the get-go, I think. So
yeah,
I think that was a good choice. Cod.
yeah. We saved those for the next round, right?
No, I mean, it was a fun run, that's for sure. A lot of super strong tools, holdover perils, last stand. I see Gabriel got the sap upgrade.
Yes. I think if I remember correctly, you yesterday were hoping for an imp run.
I'm someone else said that, I believe. It wasn't me. I mean, I love imps.
Okay, sorry.
But I mean, that's another thing. That's why I took the prism retrievals and put an intrinsic on them, because I was guaranteed one of my 2 banner units right away. And then the 2 prism retrievals, if I cast the -1 cost and the -2 cost, I can pull out 2 units and play them automatically, even if one of them was the Transcend Imp.
Also, just one question regarding the first artifact choice. Did you consider the vault at all, especially in the tournament setting?
Did consider the vault. If it wasn't a Rector Flicker, I probably would have taken it. The Resolve Flicker, I wanted a lot of money so I could purge a lot of the Queen's Implings that wouldn't be useful, and same with the Train Stewards.
Yeah.
And so I didn't want to lose my money in early fights and never be able to do then have a bit of a bloated deck. Clearly it worked out pretty well for Gabriel, still having 5 Queen's Implings with his other units, but it's just I wanted to save my money so I could actually get rid of stuff first.
Yeah, and it worked out quite well for you, and I don't think the scores are not too far apart here. So there's everything to play for in the second semifinal.
Yep, still plenty of game left.
Yeah. Any other questions from the co-commentators here?
Like, what's your thoughts? Endless versus reforming, like imps.
I mean, yeah, both are very strong. The endless, I mean, that was another thing. They eat up the draws. So if I saw endless early on, when I was actually upgrading my units, I would have put it on them. Or if I saw it and the last shop and I had money, I would have put it on instead of the quick on the fledgling imp. Just because it's guaranteed for instead of the reforms, which are random. But I wasn't dependent on it because I didn't need it. That's why I didn't pursue it after a lot of the shops, because I could just reform the imps constantly because I knew that strategy was there.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, and good luck with the second run.
Thanks.
And talk to you later.
Yep.
Good luck.
Let's drag Gabriel in here now. There we go. Gabriel's turn.
Gabriel, are you here?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I was going to ask you the same thing.
It's going good. I felt pretty good about that run. The only I was frustrated at the Shade Wings fight, but other than that, it was pretty nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, I had to bottom deck like literally everything.
You were the only one who went with the vault at the beginning, and I think you also hummed and hawed a little bit about that decision. So, what did you?
Yeah, everything in my soul wanted me to take Resonant Shard, but I had already locked in Dark Calling at that point, and I started to think about how bad Ring 1 might go. And I was like, I could maybe, in a horrible world, just die on Ring 1 if I don't take this vault. And that's and also I kind of factored in. I was like, well, Rage is strong with or without Resonant Shard. It's pretty strong, stronger with it, but I don't have any Rage yet. I may never get Rage. Unlikely that I won't, but the Golden Vault protects me in case I have a horrible Ring 1, and then probably throughout the run just gives me little better scores here and there as far as like tournament scoring goes.
Yeah,
Of course, I'm just flying killed the Seraph there.
Payon did? Or
yeah.
Oh, right.
The same fatal beating everyone else was administering to the bosses.
A quick minor note. I know this is a little petty, but I think you guys might have missed the 21% damage ring 5 on Opal. Just looking at the sheet.
That's definitely possible.
Trying to give myself any advantage I can get here.
I'm gonna have Nate check that a second. Another thing that that was coming up in your run was the choice between Sinner's Salve and the what is it? The token
Guild marker.
Yeah, guild marker. Thank you. It also took a long time deciding.
Yeah, I knew Scourgefell is the best situation for Sinner's Salve, but I kind of was like weighing the positives and the negatives. I was like, well, technically Golden Vault protects my score if I have to let a Scourge hit me, which I definitely did a few times in that fight. But I thought maybe long-term Guild Marker could get me more benefit, both in my ability to purchase, but also just to preserve gold for the Golden Vault. And I think, I don't know if it's correct or not. I mean, at a certain point, I lost all of my gold on the Shade Wings. But I don't know. I don't know if that ended up being correct or not. I think it was pretty even, but I like the upside of Guild Marker more.
Another flying for Payon there.
Cool. All right. Great. Yeah, your run looked very much like mine, Gabriel, when I did the seed.
Yeah.
Were you concerned about the sustainability, at least until you got the zap on the Implings?
I was. I had an A steel worker on the deranged brute, but without quick, I had some decent removal. I knew a holdover hornbreak, and then the other hornbreak was upgraded. Those could save me from a few of the Shade Wings. Like I knew there was going to at least be Shade Wings with Temperament, and then there was obviously the massive Shade Wings with Shade Wings. But I honestly didn't think Ring 7 was going to go as poorly as it did. That was kind of on the knife's edge. Like if with the Spikes trial, I almost lost Railbeater. Like there was probably 3 turns there where he was nearly dead, and I was just barely keeping him alive. But yeah, sustainability was definitely an issue. But once I saw, I knew just even if I didn't hit anything on Ring 8, that this fight wasn't going to be as bad as that Shade Wings fight with the Spikes. So I wasn't too worried about Temperament, and especially once I got Sap on the Fledgling Imp, I wasn't worried about Divinity. But yeah, that Ring 7 fight was very iffy with sustainability.
All right. Any other questions for Gabriel? And that's not the case.
You seem to have us covered for the most part.
All right. Then, GG. Well done, and good luck with the next one.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Unmute Opal and Payon here for a second so that you can have a little chat with them. And I'm just going to make sure everything's right here on my end with regards to the stream and everything. And yeah.
Hey, Opal. Hello, Payon.
Hi.
Hey.
How are you feeling? How did you experience this run? Maybe Opal, you first. Was it a good run to get warmed up for the tournament?
Yeah, I thought it was fairly straightforward after you see the Fledgling Imp in Ring 2, though.
Yeah.
Like, that kind of gives you the direction for the rest of the run. I found in many of the rings, you could go to either the Steel or the Magic Merchant without losing too much. So I thought getting either Endless or finding Dark Calling again sometime else was pretty likely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think the most interesting choices were probably right in the beginning when you know nothing about the run yet, which Rector Flicker to take, and also your starting artifact. Did you consider going for the vault, or consider?
I considered it, but with the starting deck, I thought there were a lot of opportunities to leak units in the early game, and that would set me quite far behind in terms of being able to buy, say, like an early major upgrade or something.
Mm-hmm.
And that could be quite costly, because I did like find a multi-strike in that first store. I could have afforded it anyway, given the way the trial and the collector played out, but the risk of not being able to buy something like that is I don't really want to take that. I'd rather just like take 2 damage in a ring or something.
Yeah. And it turned out well. I mean, once you realize that the run is going very strongly, do you actually plan for the flying kills then? Did you make some either deck choices or card choices that would enable you to for the flying kills?
Sort of. I was kind of just I'll kind of just put a lot of gold into removals, because it's more important that I can get some kind of rage in play, so then my last stand does something and I can get the flying kill much more easily that way. Whereas if I bottom deck it, then that pretty much kills all chances at getting flying kills.
Yeah.
Even though I can probably still win that way.
All right. All in all, very, very good run. Very solid. I think you are... Do we have an official score yet, Cod?
Official enough.
Right.
One question I have, Opal, is you're the only one who picked Harvest Flicker at the start. Do you have any thoughts about this that you would like to share? Like why? For example, why you choose?
It's a very reliable defensive scaler, especially for I don't know. I feel like whenever I play Hellhorn, I have more trouble scaling defensively than I have offensively. And with the 5 coins implings, I was thinking it would be hard to get like a consistent reform going, because it would take quite a while for me to remove all the imps and the train stewards. So in the early game, at least I can just use them to chump block and scale slightly.
Sure, it seemed not to work fine. You were like the only one who didn't have trouble sustaining for most of the fights. So
I also think it just has a stronger early game. There's less risk of, just randomly losing on one of the rings because the reforms don't work out in the order I want.
That's fair.
All right. Good luck with the next run. You're in a good position right now. Second currently, if I understanding correctly. So it looks like you're in a good starting position to maybe make the final. So good luck, and of course enjoy the run, the next one. So just some questions, Pahan. Also congratulations. You had some trouble there in the, not sure which ring it was, where you took a little bit of a beating, but then in the end you pulled out and basically you got the flying kills as well on Seraph and
yeah, I think I got a beating time where I drew my 2 copy of Fledging Game that was in the bottom of the deck. So it was I scaled a bit late, let some wave, a big wave pass. It wasn't ideal.
Yeah. But overall, what are your thoughts on the run? Were there any pivotal moments or things that you...
I felt like I lost too many HP by taking early shards that I would have avoided. I think overall that was maybe a mistake. Maybe I 50 shard be 50 shard lower, but not lose any HP until till the end. Other than that, I don't know. Sorry?
No, it's a scoring thing here. There's a ring missing for you in your score.
Was I offline for a long time?
No,
no.
It was a small.
Just a few seconds, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
I mean,
we'll get that fixed, hopefully. Oh yes, there's only 8 rings. True. But you're all very close together, so it's like in the range of 20 points. So there's still everything to play for. So
yeah.
Good luck with the next run. And
okay.
I think we're gonna go ahead and prepare for the next. And
do you want me to help you update my points? Which ring do you miss?
I think Payon just needs a 6 on his no damage. So it looks like he only took damage on 3 rings, 2 small ones, and then 1 that was more than 20. Yeah, it looks good.
Maybe we want to just to give. Does everyone have the official score then? It's Gabriel at 172, then Opal at 165, Payan at 163, and Hart at 150. So very close. And I think the next round is gonna. There's everything to play for. So good luck, and I think we're gonna go ahead.
Yeah. Good luck for the next round, guys.
Good luck.
Good luck.
And have fun.
No fun.
No fun allowed, right? Like we've seen people take stuff like blank pages, right? So I think most of them are at least trying to have some fun.
Yeah, the fun police are at least understaffed at the moment.
All right. Do you want me to post next run in the Discord?
Give them the next one. We'll have a little chat about what they start with, and then we'll give them a go.
I finished eating my nachos in the meantime, so I'm ready to actively participate again. Very important step in the process is to eat the nachos.
Exactly.
Now I'm hungry.
This is probably one of my favorite seed names. Release, capture, retreat.
Tells a story, right?
Fun.
Mm-hmm.
This one was found by Loxy, who unfortunately hasn't been able to join us due to not feeling too great. But yeah, nevertheless, her help with all of this was much appreciated.
Loxy is the last winner, right?
Yeah, she won the last tournament.
Yeah.
So it would have been cool to have her.
If she's in the chat, she can still join, or so.
Yeah, she's welcome in at any point.
Like
we have Showtail Queen this time with melting, so pretty much the inverse of what happened last time.
Oh, that's one of the seats I haven't tried.
Like, I guess in this case, you basically default to Royal. Like, I don't know what else you would do, right?
I suppose you could do imparade things, right?
I guess that's fair. Yeah, that's right. You can generate imps.
But for the most part, I think we had this sort of bounty board of what the runs. Like the idea behind the run and the clan combination was, and this one was pretty much to see how far one could take a really Showtail Queen while making other options also viable later on. And I think with this clan combination you do have a lot of ways to make rally short-tailed greenwood.
It's like reverse harvest, but
Yeah.
it actually pairs really well with Melting Remnant anyway.
So, are we ready to start?
Yeah, you can give me the count.
No.
Let me check the. Are we good on the spreadsheet yet? We're not. Let me get that ready. Sorry.
Yeah. By the way, thanks to
Seems
previous
good.
tournament hosts who have been looking after us with this spreadsheet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
simple. Like how simple
Can I
it is.
already give them the countdown, or do we wait until the spreadsheet's ready?
I appreciate your feedback on the spreadsheet. I worked really hard on it. No, between myself and Arninian, we got this together for, I think, like tournament 4 maybe, when we first started. I don't know when we first started doing the tournament scoring. Might have even been earlier than that.
It's actually very easy to keep track of all the scores, with just basically counting up how many rings they've completed.
Yeah, that's like I haven't actively had to participate in that, thankfully. But it has been really easy to update the overlays from the spreadsheet. And word from Loxy, she's excited to see how her brainchild plays out here, but unfortunately she starts working now, so she will not be joining us next time.
I can already. It's I like the seed when I played it. So am I gonna give them the go ahead? Nate, is the sheet ready? Or...
Yep, we're good.
Okay, great. Thank you. And we're off.
I mean, I'm always a big fan of Melting Remnant when you start with Whiplashes. It can very easily set the tone for the run.
Parade versus Imperialist, yeah. So,
I mean, there's only one choice. Yeah.
Where's
no royalty?
Where's that royalty you were talking about?
Oh, I know.
I'm actually kind of glad that Loxy went in a little bit of a different direction here, because I think that might have sort of set everyone down this very similar path of possibly scaling a short-tailed queen with royalty. But maybe it'll show up later.
I think this is also, this is very similar also, right? Like, everybody is forced to play.
They can deviate from here is sort of the idea.
Also a really big fan of Inscription Notice, especially Ring 1. It's like fantastic. I don't say it like guarantees you a successful Ring 1, but it's really hard to lose Ring 1 with an Inscription Notice.
And now you're at least playing Melting, so even if you get like a lady, you can still reform her, right?
Yes.
Like it's always kind of bad if it gives you the lady of the house. That's her name, right?
Yes.
It's like, oh yeah, thank you for giving me a unit that doesn't do anything after 3 turns. I think they should put that out of the pool.
She's beefy also for a couple of turns, so that's.
I mean, it's free, so hard overkilling the boss here. He already had the kill, but still decided to play cards.
It's bonus points.
Absolutely.
And he finished his run first last time around. So.
Yeah, he's been playing really fast this tournament.
Oh, speaking of Lady of the House, looking at Payham.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you can get these awesome sweepers and multi-strikers and stuff, and what do you get? Lady of the House.
Well, I also find it really interesting because we talked about this a little bit before, but Inscription Note is one of those as well, similar to Blank Pages, where there's a lot of like little factors that play into what unit you get.
Yeah, I think it's where you play your champion. And I guess if you wait for another redraw, it's probably going to give you different options again. Never tried that. But
I know in my run I got the lady as well. But she was actually a big help because you have the extender there. Bam.
Gabriel doesn't kill the boss right now, so...
You also have an interesting choice between taking the Pyre armor or being able to heal the Pyre. Everybody but Gabriel takes the Pyre armor. I would probably take armor myself. It means at minimum you have to have played at least 3 consume cards in order to overcome the damage that you would have just been able to block with the armor, but in some cases, and we'll see if it actually makes an impact, in some cases it actually would be better to just be able to increase your Pyre health above where you can take damage.
I mean, you have the advantage when you don't take any damage and you play the consume spells, then your Pyre health goes up. Of course, it doesn't help you once you take damage, then you will still lose points, but overall it might be beneficial to increase your Pyre health steadily.
Inside the tournament, it has a pretty strong synergy with rationing scales as well. Because then you have a big gap of Pyre health to lose every round, plus a bunch of extra gold.
Hart might be in trouble here. Like, his units are low health, and there is the sweepers coming with haste, so...
Yeah, it's gonna... Oh, man.
Gonna go to hurt.
There's no way to also... I was gonna say, if you could somehow kill the backliner, but there's no way. Reform and pray. That's not
what he wanted to change.
Does he survive this?
52, 62. Oh, it just went down. Oh, because of the heal. Oh, wait. I don't know. Yeah, lifesteal. He might be dead. Armor helps. He has
a little bit of armor left. Oof.
So there's a restart from Hart. That is unfortunate, and I'm sure he's not feeling very great about that at all.
Gabriel and Opal still debating if they pick what they pick here. Interesting to see 2 players on the same page, taking a very long time.
Well, this is for all the marbles, right?
Gabriel opting to get the extra burnout. I think also he likes to have the consume card to heal him up a little bit too.
I think Hart might have made the mistake of giving them armor here. I think that might have been a little bit too much for his build to handle. We'll see. He does get the harvest guy, harvest baron, so maybe that's going to help him get enough health this time at least to get some damage onto the boss.
He won't take damage to his Pyre. The armor's able to block all of that first hit.
But we see draw order here again, right? He doesn't draw any morsels until like turn with the Shadow Eater.
Yes.
So the cards that you want, always bottom decked, right?
Yeah, but now he's in a much better spot.
Yeah, I mean, the boss is going to have 10 HP left, so he should be just fine. Even the Shadow Eater right now has enough damage to kill the boss, so going to be a kill here. I think even just putting Wicklash on the tomb. Nope, still just gonna have the 10 HP, but yeah, Shadow Eater's gonna get the kill here for sure.
It's a rough ring too for a deck like this. Especially if you've already taken shards. Still trying to play most of his cards.
Yeah, bonus points. Come on.
Yep. Gabriel seems to get through a little bit better.
Damage shield definitely coming in handy. One of the better morsels you can get in a sweep fight. Oh, there's another one too.
Is he considering getting the collector? Yeah. Yes, he is. Wow. But he has upgraded his Entomber Assaults, so he's able to actually kill them even with the armor.
Wow, I definitely. So you put the excavator on the bottom, yeah, because that's basically it. With the excavator, I think even the Baron might be able to get the kill.
And I would play these two cards here. I think like 7 burnouts should probably be enough on this bottom floor, but
If you're remembering this is a haste.
yeah. Buffing up the train steward in the mid floor. But he got it.
Gets the kill. Yeah, and had room to spare. Could have at least gotten a couple more hits in.
But he took 5 damage somewhere, right? No, he has the heal card. Probably not.
Yep. Yes, he's been gaining health.
He's been gaining health, yes. And we see another lady of the house. Or is it still the same one? No.
I mean,
Payan is really consistent on getting his ladies.
Yes. The ladies do like Payan, yeah. Opal looking a little dangerous right now. That's only 20 HP on that Harvest Baron.
The card picked up a Spike Driver colony, by the way. That'll be... I think that's one of those things that can drift everybody off in a very different direction, so it'll be fun.
Well, and so far, Heart's the only one that actually took the Shadow Eater, so potentially some huge value opportunities. I'm a huge fan, even though I'm not saying it's good, but it's fun, is to get the Enforcer strike effect onto Shadow Eater, and then just getting insane amounts of rage with the Shroud Spike. Can be wild. Good times.
Yeah, it's a really fun thing to do. Same with the Alpha Fiend Infusion, right? Except it's a little bit easier to pull off from a space point of view.
Yes. Little dangerous here for Peihan as well. He does have the Baron on the top. He's probably fine with the Steward. Although, with the Steward, he did play that wrong though. You wanted the Steward not in the front because the unit that's burning out will actually still absorb the morsel. But that doesn't matter here. He's able to get the kill. So both Peihan and Opal able to get clean kills through these first 2 rings. Only Heart struggling so far in that second ring.
He might be in trouble. He doesn't do that much damage right now, and he doesn't really have that much damage left. Like he can reform now.
Not necessarily what you want on the floor. I think he's okay.
Yes.
Thanks to Stewards.
That Steward did a lot of work.
Spike Driver colony now, so thinking about it.
I love Spike Drivers. It's like one of my favorite things to actually do. But it's hard to pull off, especially on higher shards. Like, it takes so long for them to get online, and you have to have something else in the meantime. Right?
I did a wild build once where I had the self-damaging, and I infused onto the Spike Driver's Legion of Wax. So that every single turn they were spawning 4 little wax. What are they called? I can't remember what they're called. Anyway, but then you put a single harvest unit on that floor, and you're just every turn generating a whole bunch of units. Kind of fun.
Yeah, I believe in your case it was a big sludge.
Oh, was it? Yeah, it was big sludge. That's right. Yeah. Good times.
Yeah, we're getting a Siren of the Sea. It's probably a very good hit of like conscription notice.
Yeah.
At least at this point in the game. And like even later she can tank a bit.
Incidentally, that is one of my favorite things about Monster Train, is getting the wacky scheme together. So Hart has infused a Paraffin Enforcer onto his Shadow Eater.
Good times.
Also, his Halotals are now free.
I can't remember how many bonus points do we give for having the most fun.
I think it's 17 points.
17 points? Okay, I think that's fair.
Unless the fun police shut you down, then it's a disqualification. So you have to be careful of the fun police going forward, yeah.
There is a allied construct offered, which is
kind of late. I mean, you can still definitely take it, but
she skips entirely. That surprises me. Yeah, that inert infusion on all your Spike Drivers. That sounds like a good idea, right? Looking at the logbook. You've seen that a couple times during tournaments, right? People actually looking at the logbook again. It's endless and wonderful.
Yeah, it's
a
because
very responsible thing to do.
You can't see the essence in the page because it doesn't actually show the unit. It just has the text to get the unit. You actually have to look at the logbook if you want to see the essence for the Spike Driver.
It's a strange essence. +1/+1 is such a strange number.
I personally think it should be +1/+1 multi-strike. I don't know why it's endless, because they're not endless. But, who am I to say? Or at least +1/+1 and create another one of these units. It has permadeath or something like that.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool, right? Create this unit with Purge.
Certain people love seeing double haste combats here.
I mean, Heart's fine here. That Shadow Eater is doing okay. I mean, it has to gorge. Okay, there you go. Now it can gorge. Before that, little dice. Oh, it's still gonna get one leak, but and he's out of armor.
Does he have enough armor?
Yes, he has no armor. He has 0 armor.
So he already did leak.
Yeah.
He did pick up a Halotals though. Missed that completely. But that was an option.
I don't know that Halotals works particularly well with Shadow Eater, but with the rest it could be okay.
He has pivoted into rally. No, it is. It's just the rage from the I thought maybe we saw some rally on the Chartel Queen there.
Man, Transcendent does not. Transcendent does not trigger on summon, right? Like when you summon him with Halotals.
No, it does. He does.
Yeah, he does.
It's similar to like sketches where on play they still do their summon trigger.
Because if he gets a Transcendent, but he has all these fledgling imps, he could get a floor of imps with Hallowed Halls, right?
Yes.
And the Transcendent would scale it permanent. I mean,
It's a bit
It's
of
interesting.
a long shot though, given that there's no Hellhorn in the.
oh
vault,
no, Hellhounds,
so
yeah, yeah,
could
yeah.
still
I
find
mean,
it, but it'd be a bit of a long shot.
Is there a Transcendent in one of the events? I've never seen that. In
No,
all my hours
you
of
can't get a
WoW.
Transcendent from an event.
I don't think so. Like the rare cards only gives you.
I'm sure I've seen one in Rare Gold, but I could be heavily mistaken. I've played many.
I don't think so, because you also can't get the channelers through it either. And any of the unit ones don't show up.
And I think that Hearts gave his Shadow Eater the Rage Infusion, if I saw that correctly.
He did.
He did, right? Yes. So if he can sustain burnout on his units, he might be able to scale an entire floor later on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if you can get those spike drivers with some sort of burnout on them, that'll be a lot of damage. But you need a big floor to get that going. I guess Hallowed Halls make sense with the spike drivers as well, if you can get something cool on them. Like a, what's that? Oh man. Something formed child. That
Formless.
Formless child.
That's the one. Yeah. Get that with the Hallowed Halls, and you've got yourself a spike driver colonnade that's going to do a lot of damage.
I'm a little bit worried about Opal here. She doesn't have that much health on the floor right now.
No, and
her Baron burns out. Maybe she's going to be able to reform it for Relentless at some point.
I mean, she'll get a little bit every time she plays a spell. She'll get a little bit of armor or a little bit of. Oh wait, never mind. That's a Nameless Siren. Maybe you do justify putting your Immortal Trade onto your Queen just to get some HP back.
Oh yeah. I think she does have enough health to survive Talos hits, so it's probably the way to go. She decides to put it on the Baron. Like, she draws her Burnout extension this turn, and does have holdover, if I see that correctly. So I think now she's fine.
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah, she'll be okay. It'll have so much. It'll have the lifesteal. At least it'll have one lifesteal for that particular round. Also, just watching Peihan clear ring 3.
I think it's a hard choice between Trample, again. And
Yeah, we saw
like Hallowed Halls, or I guess Hallowed Halls with morsels is kind of awkward, potentially.
definitely, but it's
sure they get-
interesting. Hard. As soon as you barely saw the Hallowed Halls, he picked it so quickly that it was completely gone immediately. Whereas Gabriel and Pahan are looking at it for quite a long time. Deciding
Yeah,
between.
Opal with her insane amount of pyre armor, able to also get through that ring 3 fight without too many problems. So all around, again, just that one restart hurting Heart, but otherwise clean runs everywhere. And Heart actually did take some damage on ring 4 as well.
By the way, did we sort out the discrepancy that Gabriel saw?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Oof. Shadow
Okay,
Eater
one thing-
going down to 1 health there for Heart. Ouch.
And he takes a lot of fire damage. Yeah, that's the problem with Shadow Eater, right? It's like like without shroud spikes and things, or the card that triplicates them also.
Yeah.
It's really hard to get enough triggers to survive shard fights.
Yes.
Like especially ones like this with like units that get a lot of attack.
Honestly, how this got set up, I would almost hard pivot. If you're going to use Hallowed Halls, like there's not really much better than having Trained Stewards with Damage Shield and Multi-Strike.
Oh,
like,
that's probably why he picked that so quickly. Because he has the option of going Trained Stewards.
Yeah, and the Spike Driver colonies. There's definitely a lot of opening for a really strong Hallowed Halls deck, yeah.
Like you could use Hallowed Halls to duplicate them, right?
You can, yep.
So,
and they dupe. That's the cool thing. Like they dupe when you kill them, and then they dupe when they burn out immediately.
Yeah, I think this Hallowed Halls is kind of what's saving him here, probably.
Easy kill.
Yeah, easy.
Not even close.
You could call it easy, yeah.
Oh no, I missed Gabriel. I think did he take damage there?
In ring 3, he didn't. No.
No.
Weird number, 96. He probably did take damage at some point. Right? Or like.
Well, he took damage, but he out healed his damage.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, sure.
This is where, like, so he's now at the point where it's actually kind of dangerous because he can't out heal anymore. Meaning that, like, if he plays out all of his consume cards and then gets a leak, it would have been better to have the armor because he has no way to go higher than maximum health, you know?
Yeah, that's why I was mentioning the rationing scales as being a pretty strong thing to have. Melee weakness of the Paraffin Enforcer Shadow Eater there for hot, so fun times ahead.
All the strikes, all the strike effects, all the time.
I wonder if he picked Shadow Eater because we told people that. Because he said in earlier comments he said that he picks things because he thinks we choose these seeds for specific reasons, right?
Well, since I have not played the seeds, using my intel is not very valuable for him.
Yeah.
I think that statement may have been taken a little bit too much to heart by some of the players because they're in for a hard time if they think that the Wombo combo is going to work every single time. Yeah.
Rough draw here, drawing the two and the Shadow Eater in the same hand. And
Gabriel gets a pretty easy kill here, but man, that is an awful hand for Hart. Oh.
Curse fell again.
Yeah. And the other major issue is, like, he's taking damage if he doesn't play these blights out, because the units already are killing. Okay, he's able to clear the floor, so if he can play 2 blights, at least he's only taking the 5 damage to the armor.
Yeah, still.
But the blights keep coming; they don't stop coming.
Yes.
And now he will leak.
He doesn't draw anything anymore, right? Yeah. The Shadow Eater has multi-strike now. So...
Like... Oh. Yeah, it's so painful. it hurts. It hurts.
He's going to take damage here. I don't see a way out.
He can play his Train Steward to kill the backliner at the cost of
the curse on the back.
Yeah, but
and the Shadow Eater's almost dead right now.
That's the other problem.
Probably not ideal either.
He can Hallowed Halls it, but there's a risk it doesn't actually show up. He's got enough dead things right now that he might not get Shadow Eater back.
Ooh, what a floor.
Oh my gosh. Only problem is gorging is going to be tough. Also, the stealth tome's really coming in for Opal here. Big pickup for her build. That gets her another clean fight.
I would say that stealth is probably my favorite defensive sort of scaling, because it doesn't care how many hits are on the floor or anything like that. It's just so smooth.
It happens. I mean, he missed the Shadow Eater with his Hallowed Halls there.
Yeah.
It's interesting. We have Hallowed Halls on Heart's side, we have Hallowed Halls and the Stealth Tubes on Gabriel's side, and we have the Stealth Tube on Opal's side.
Pan also has the Stealth Tombs. I think both is a mistake, personally, I think, because you can't stack it, right? But I guess there are uses where you can have multiple floors, a Hallowed Halls floor and then the non-Hallowed Halls floor. Just trying to eke out as much as he can here against Fel. If he gets a Hallowed Halls in that middle floor, he's probably fine.
Yes, hold on. Yeah.
On both of them.
Yeah. He just needs to draw them, right? Which was a problem in this fight.
Now he's okay, because there's just not that many dead units left.
Oh, we decided to help his top floor.
Hallowed Halls is a deck where I avoid bonus points quite often, because you've got to be careful what you're respawning.
That melee weakness just destroying Fel, though.
I wonder if it's right to not play Shotek Queen at some point, since she gives you so many rage imps.
Right.
I guess you don't have to play them at some point, but
Behan in a really tough spot. Just took a real big smack to the pyre. He's gonna get another one here. That's another. He'll be able to kill another. Okay, so he'll only take the 5 extra damage here. Oh, actually, he's able to clear everything. Am I an insane person? What does he have? Trample? He has trample. Okay.
Why does he play his spells not on his incan floor? Right?
Yeah.
Might have, like, if he misses an enemy by like 2 points now or something, this might have been...
Trample is killing Baron.
He does have the spikes trial. That could be bad.
But I think all he needs to do is, if he can just Antumbra Assault the spike generator, then he's fine.
Yeah, I guess we need to hit like a life.
Or no, there's no spike generator. There's just spikes. Never mind. I'm wrong.
Yeah. Like if he hits a lifesteal monster here, he might be fine too.
Mm-hmm. And during the boss fight, he should be okay because the boss himself won't have spikes.
Didn't hit the lifesteal. Yes,
also, did someone catch how much damage Heart took in that last fight?
No.
It was some. I don't remember how much. I'm going to put 20 or less, and then we can check it later. Also, I'm missing an entire ring on Heart. Both Gabriel and Opal seem to be... Oh no, Opal's going to get a leak.
Opal's leaking, yeah.
Yeah, she does take some fire damage. Gabriel also with a huge leak here.
Yeah, the first harvest wave in this combat is... I think it's not uncommon to leak that guy.
He will be able to put damage shield on the front unit, though. So it's not necessarily going to be so terrible yet. Let's see. Yeah, that's not too bad. He could maybe out heal that, or just play the train steward in the back. Maybe is enough. He really just needs to kill the front. He won't get enough damage. Trying to do some.
Gabriel picked Spike Drivers too. Just
42 damage for Peihan in that last ring.
Roxy is saying took 2 damage in that ring.
2 damage? Okay.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Yeah,
Advertising more so.
Problem is the morphs just out of the sweep, so it doesn't matter. There's not really much you can do about that.
Yeah, now they're in the pool, right? I guess once they survive, they get eaten, so it's not that bad. But maybe at some point you don't want them to get eaten, right?
Yes. It's actually, oh man, this pick for Gabriel to take the what are they called? The
excavated embers? Or...
Yeah, it's really smart because it allows him to heal later into the fights.
Yeah.
I think they started with it, right?
Yeah, it was in the starting deck, but maybe that's why he took that's maybe why he took the lenses. So
yeah, it's super big value in like edge decks, or anytime you're getting any sort of value from consume cards other than the consume card.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if he gets his last one. Oh, just missed it. He almost could have healed that completely, but unfortunately, just gonna take 2 damage here.
Better than taking 20, right?
Fair point. Fair point.
But yeah, I think he's in the lead right now, right? Points wise, from a point perspective. So taking like 2 hits, I don't think matters. 2 damage matters that much in the long run, but we'll see. We've seen small point differences matter, so.
Yes, we have.
We have, yes. Do you ever pick the what's the spell called in Gabriel's?
For the greater good?
For the greater goods. Here?
If you're an insane person, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I think
you know it better than we do. So.
The trouble is they're cardless, so you can't
that's
really
maybe good.
Reform them and stuff. But yeah, I guess
but that's good. But that's good because they have extinguish triggers, right? Like they put like melee weakness on
sometimes
things. Or...
They either have
sometimes
triggers, or they have summon triggers, or they have strike effects. They have different things depending on which one it is.
Man, if you waited with the spike driver colonies, you could have had all of them with melee weakness multi-strike.
Right.
But he did.
The other option is that you can put sap onto your tomb, but it kind of is like, why would you do that if you already have stealth? So it doesn't mesh super well.
I think at this point it's probably better to put it on like a spike driver. Like if you're planning to use Hell's Halls, for example.
That's what he ends up doing.
He does remove his stuff too. No, he does duplicate his stuff too. That's interesting to me. Like your floors are going to be filled with spike drivers, right? How do you play this?
Maybe he's trying to do a 2-floor.
Yeah. I think Matt Remnant is like the only clan that can do that consistently, like play on multiple floors. With like all the reform.
Right.
Especially when you start with Drax.
Or if you have a Legion of Wax with extinguish triggers, then you just have big bombs on every floor.
Yeah, then you hit a tiny stone, right? Still one of my favorite things, tiny stone, Legion of Wax. Or even better, tiny stone -2 Ember.
Yeah.
Legion of Wax. Hard actually has a tiny stone right now, right?
He does on his Shadow Eater.
Now it's a good Halo Towards target. Technically.
Yeah, it's better than a draft.
Yeah, and with the infusion, you scale the entire floor.
He's gonna have a real tough time killing that front unit, though.
He has the second Shadow Eater, but it starts at 0, right? Yeah.
I guess he's trying to like capitalize on the Paraffin Enforcer, but now they all lose their rage, and it still dies.
Did you put attack on your shark here to get a bigger hits?
That's what I'm wondering. You might need to.
Yeah, he does.
And then, if one of those Shadow Eaters can be Hallowed Hall's back on the top floor, probably able to get the kill. Oh, he has Crushing Demise as well. He just crushings one and then puts the tomb for the other.
Explosive Tomb, another one of these units that kind of got better, at least early game. Especially now when you can self-infuse it.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It also just became really fun to be able to put on a Legion of Wax. But that's a different kind of thing.
Like Opal seems to be in most trouble with his deck right now. Payan. I mean Payan.
Yeah, I was gonna say Opal's looking okay. It helps that she got a sweep unit out of her conscription notice, but yeah, Payan's struggling. Like here, it's the same floor that Gabriel also was like barely making it through.
Like I don't know, did Payan take spike drivers or anything? Because right now I don't really see a good direction for his deck. I don't know if this ever scales fast enough. He's considering restarting.
Yeah, I think he has to. I think you needed to put damage shield on your imp and not let it die. That was the only... because it just gets too much armor in the back line.
Is he dead though? Yeah, probably, right? Yeah.
The 16 hit is just brutal. That's all of his armor at once. And then he has his 4 hits, and that thing's definitely going to hit more than 4 times.
Yeah. Like there are a couple combats in this game, right? That can catch you really off guard. Like this one. There's one on Ring 7. Where suddenly the amount of health you have to deal with spikes to like almost double or triple. Man, I love looking at Gabriel's screen right now. This is
glorious.
The spectacle, right?
This is glorious, yeah. Especially if you can do that on multiple floors.
So Opal takes a little bit of damage on that fight, 6 damage, but gets the clear.
That formless child might be a little bit too late to enact my sorts of schemes there.
Always a fun one, though.
Yeah. Hallowed Hall's formless child with anything that has multi-strike is pretty damn good.
And the combo with Hallowed Hall just makes it really, really reliable as well.
I always wished it wouldn't cost 2. Like, I think it's so overcosted. Right?
You mean the unit, not the
The Formless Child, yes.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a slow effect, right? You need like 2 turns. You need to set up a unit to die, then you need this on the right turn, it needs to return that, and then you can play it on the next turn. It's such a slow unit.
Right.
And you have to pay 2 Ember for it too. It's always... Like, it's fun if it works, but it's so hard to pull off, I think.
Gabriel able to out-heal his damage to get a clean ring 6 here. And Hart losing his first wave to Seraph. Now he's got the chance to bring them back with Hallowed Hall, so it's certainly not the end yet.
Yeah, he's going to get it, I think.
Yep.
But no flying kills here up to there. At least not on Seraph. Not now. And I don't think that, like, the spike drivers didn't seem to scale as much. So I don't think that Garriott is likely to get it too. And it's not likely to get it too. So far. We'll see though.
Roxy complimenting Gabriott's flow as well there. It is a magical sight to behold.
Yeah, Spike Driver colonies. It's like one of the ways in DLC to get multi-strike in your deck, right? Technically. And it's a one...
Oh, Peihan. Peihan is not able to finish that 5th ring.
That's sad. Yeah, the rough one there. Probably the Hell's Halls, right? In the end, that gets at least the others through.
I mean, you could also go. There's also a line where, like if your Heart. This is the line that I would do, but this is because I like this style of play. Is you just get a whole bunch of Crushing Demises, and you hold over like maybe 1 or 2, or maybe just 1 Shade Splitter, and then you just scale your Shadow Eaters with their rage, and you just kill everything with the spells instead. So they just not infinitely scale, but they just scale forever and then go. But I mean, this is looking really, actually, kind of scary. I don't know why he chose to incant that floor.
To make us Shadow Eater survive, probably. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I understand that later needing to be able
the mid floor, you mean?
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why he played his spell. I probably just wasn't thinking.
I'm not live. Oh, my stream is behind. Sorry. Now it should be fine. Ooh, the Harvest.
That is not looking good. Oh my gosh, the armor! You cannot Hallowed Halls that. You can. Oh no.
Like, it's still the better. It's still the better floor, right? It could have been worse.
Oh my gosh, that is brutal though.
Oh, man.
He does get a Shadow Eater in the middle, which will help as long as it's living. It might not be living because of the multi-strike. Oh no, he's able to keep it alive.
That was 600 armor, I think.
Oh my gosh. I mean, he does have melee weakness, so he will be able to hit for a lot when he can hit, but oh.
Yeah, what does he do? Hello Talls again on that floor?
No, I think he's doing it right. I think he has to do it on the top. But oh man, that's all you get. That's your floor.
There's nothing in there right now. Yeah, that's the problem. I think he might be in trouble here. He might need to let his Shadow Eater die on the bottom floor to have any chance of doing much. Which is what he's doing right now. But he's still going to give a lot of armor to those.
The nice thing here is that he won't reform all the morsels, which are just potentially really bad. He'll be able to get both Shadow Eaters as well.
Oof, that looks good.
Wow.
It's, I mean, with the feast.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Wow.
Miracle draw there. Having the Shadow Eater in the front, and yeah.
That was a surprising amount of damage. I guess melee weakness is like that strong, huh?
Yeah, and the thing is, like with the Shadow Eater, if you can feast, you can just get melee weakness onto a unit. Oh man!
But even without it, he was killing everything except the backliner. That was a surprising amount of damage. I think he's going to get the flying kill.
It's certainly possible.
If he gets another morsel in there,
you just make units. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Oof.
I think he's nervous to Hallowed Halls the top floor, but I think this is the time when you can do it, like right now. I mean, you have to. There's no other way to. I don't know why he didn't play the Tomb Out, though. I guess he wants to play it now to try to block.
Yeah. This is like no backline clear in this entire deck, right? It's probably...
Right.
This is the point where stealth is probably coming in handy for the other people.
Oh no.
Coming clutch.
He's dead.
Ooh,
he's dead.
Don't...
All that extra fire armor from the Shard of Divinity. Saving Bacon there.
Wow. Still just getting mauled, though.
Yeah, I don't see that. I guess if he gets another floor like last time.
I didn't see... Did Opal take damage in that Ring 7 fight?
75. I'm not sure. The Harvest one, it's possible, right? Like everybody else did. So... I can rewatch if you want.
Yeah, just go check really quick and see if she took any damage.
I just have to... So... It was too far. So she entered the fight at 75, right? Yes, so I don't think so.
She took 5 damage?
No.
She entered the fight at 75 and has 75 right now, so I think she didn't. No, it doesn't seem like, no, she didn't. Sorry, the timeline is so big it's hard to click precisely where I want to go.
Yeah, I should maybe
on the video, right?
Restart that every round.
It's fine for now, but you're right. I'm not sure how hard it's going to do this. Like, it's just going to be a tough one.
I mean, that's the thing with Hallowed Halls in these sorts of scheme type decks, is there's so many different ways to play it, but you only get 2 tries.
Like, I think the problem is that there is no backline removal for any... I guess players had Entomber Assaults, but they don't kill the big dudes, right? The 25 health backliners. So maybe he needs to set up higher. Like from the beginning, start scaling before enemies. I don't know. Like right now, he's playing it the exact same way as before.
Although he didn't shade splitter on the middle floor again. So slight optimizations.
That's true.
They do it again with a clearing. Clean.
This time he lets both of his Shadow Eaters die, so he doesn't need to reform them on, or Helotolts them on the bottom floor, probably.
I think you dump the tomb so that you kill the frontliner, and then you just Hallows the middle or the top even if you want to scale them a little bit more.
Like there's still the wave incoming, right? And he's not going to draw a lot of cards with his double holdover. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to survive it this time. Maybe you just need to go for the flying kill, right? Just don't worry. Just don't worry about the units, and just hit Divinity for multiple turns, right? Before they even become a problem. Maybe he gets there. I think that's maybe what I would have tried.
Flying kills for survival.
Yeah, but that's oftentimes a valid strategy, right? If your deck doesn't have enough sustain, just kill fast enough. Maybe playing his tomb is wrong, right? Like what is it really doing right now? I think you want to draw into your Entomber Assaults. Yes, I think he agrees. So maybe get rid of one of them at least.
It's piercing, right? His Entomber Assault doesn't get it, but he will be able to feast again. So if he can play out a morsel.
Oh yeah, you could have the it's frozen, right? Yes. Yes.
Oh no! Oh no!
He has too many morsels right now.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, it's in front.
Oh no, that's so much worse. Oh man.
Yeah, this time his Shadow Eater wasn't in front.
Yes.
That's...
Ooh. That's just such a shame.
Okay, get really some damage too. We might survive? Just barely?
Opal also just taking a beating here in the Sarah fight.
No, he doesn't. Not even close.
So that is hard to get, but it looks like he's gonna see if he could have gotten through there.
Yeah, maybe Opal with her more conservative. Yeah, but she has to reset, man. Wow, we had a lot of people not being able to finish seats this time, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's because, you know, I set everyone up for like a certain expectation with putting all my seeds at the start. Now it's, oh wait, the game's difficult again.
I think a lot of it has to do with shards too.
Gabriel getting very unlucky with his draws, just not getting any of his spike driver colonies.
I'd like to see Hart going for the flying kill here instead of trying to kill units. But and there it is.
Gabriel so far doing okay. Opal, I don't see those 3 units scaling nearly enough. But you know,
Yeah, but
she's not
Gambit
even going to
doesn't
try to
have...
get rid of this garbage.
But Gambit doesn't have that much damage either.
No, but he has a lot of multi-strikers. Then if you get Rage on him, and they harvest, so every time something dies, they're getting stronger. Like, I think he has a line that will work once he gets all of his...
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, once he gets all of his units out, that's it.
And he's able to leak, like the only one here who can leak a little bit of damage since he can heal it up again. So
far he didn't have to, got everything sorted out before it reached the fire.
I think the stealth is really what's missing on the hard side here. Like having
so
a way
the biggest...
to... The biggest?
No, I was going to say the biggest problem that Gabriel's going to have is that the way that stealth works, he's going to have to rely on something killing the tomb before the divinity does its sweep. Otherwise, he can't play on the top floor because they don't have enough starting health. They die in the first hit, and if they get burnout, like, it's really tough for him to keep them around long enough.
I mean, you still have reform. Like, if a couple of them... How many tombs does he have? He has like 3.
Yes.
That's like 8 spiked over colonies, 3 tombs. Like, where does he... Yeah, sorry, Luxy?
Luxy pointing out that Opal's royalty is actually doing some pretty reasonable work here.
She did flex.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem with Opal's build is going to be that she doesn't have that many strikes, and even though she has the one strike that is like pretty heavy, she's gonna have to rely almost exclusively on her what are they called? Her kill unit on the floor by randomly. So if she gets that, she can kill the mini bosses. She can also clear out some of the units on the harvest floor. But the problem is going to be, like, she's only drawing 6 per turn. She has... I guess she does have...
Sure.
Yeah, maybe she'll be okay, but man, that's brutal right there.
Does have trample as well, which is coming in handy.
Like, we'll see if she's going to be able... I guess she has a spell chain demise, which is a lot better. But if she's going to be able to, like, kill that floor that Hard is struggling with, right?
Yeah.
Is he still on that? Did he reset again? Or is this another... No, there's the Amadine floor. No.
If he just puts his tomb in the back, it kills it. He has to just decide if he's going to do that or not.
I think it's interesting. This time he decided to not play anything else. To just play his...
2 Shadow Eaters and...
Yeah, apparently.
Pray for mercy, but it looks like it's doing a lot better.
Yeah.
The melee weakness is going to really be what kind of makes this work. Without melee weakness, I think he just loses, but the fact that melee weakness will, do a lot of work against Divinity. And he can Entumbra Assault here as well, if he wants, at the cost of putting some morsels in his deck. Okay, so okay, Opal does get I think it's clean, too.
It's clean,
and
but didn't she restart?
She did restart, so she'll lose all the points from it.
Oof.
That's the worst, too, is when you go from, like, you died to, oh, easy win. That's a horrible feeling. That was me in the last tournament. That's how I got knocked out, I went from 2 times restarted and then had easy times when I found the line.
Yeah.
I think Hart found it. He'll do it here.
Yeah,
Gets the kill, but
it doesn't matter. Man.
yeah.
Had to reset twice too.
Still well done.
But still, yes.
Points for completion?
No, he doesn't. You
no,
have
he
to.
doesn't.
The second restart is an auto loss, regardless of when it happens.
Okay.
But it's good to him. Like, good for finding an actual line there. Like, it didn't seem like there was much he could have done, but he found it. So
that's why I think this game would do pretty well with some sort of puzzle mode. you take like a run that someone's lost, and it's like, yeah, find the winning line.
like Gabriel, it takes a long time to set up right now since with all the endless and.
He does have the Antumbra Assault, and he'll be able to play another Tomb. So I'm fairly optimistic he can make it work. He doesn't have to overcome that much damage. Like if he just gets Wicklash on his backliner, he's gonna interesting.
I think
he's gonna. Yeah, I think his idea now is just to. If he just plays, the morsel in the back. Wow.
I think you might only need one Tomb though for this fight. You're probably better off drawing more cards from your deck instead. Like right now, he just doesn't get his Spike Drivers out there, and like 2 stealth or 4 stealth doesn't really matter all that much at this point. But yeah, playing that Spike Driver in front.
It doesn't matter where he plays it; it's always going to die because.
But he has to stealth anyway.
Oh wait, he doesn't die now because of he was able to play a stealth spell. That's how he got around it. Also, Opal she's able to clear almost all of that harvest floor though. So, considering, like, that's a really, really good start for her.
Yeah. She's going to leak this turn though.
I don't know why she did that order. She missed a royalty trigger.
Yeah, but Ember Drain maybe? Oof.
Well, the queen burned out anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
I think it was just a mistake, but it's not getting much easier. She is able to reform a lot right now, though. That's pretty good.
She remembers to put her queen out first.
Yeah, I think you need to. Even for the Ember Drain, it's still worth it.
Right now, I don't see her. Like, if she doesn't draw the crushing demise again, I don't see her killing the mini boss.
No, there's no way.
She doesn't even kill a single heavy right now. That's tough. Wow, I didn't realize the seats were that tough that we chose.
The 2 remaining players have qualified, though, haven't they? If I'm not mistaken.
it's going to be Gabriel and Opal that go into the finals. They're already first and second, respectively.
Want to ask Howard if he wants to join? Just.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm actually quite comfortable here answering the questions in the chats and updating the scores and stuff. So,
of course, ask him if he wants to.
We've got room for commentators.
If you're fine with it.
Yeah, this is funny watching Gabriel just like barely.
What is now unmuted?
How's it going, everyone?
Hey there.
You found the line. That was a tough line to find.
It was in there somewhere. Yeah, I thought it was in there, and I didn't hit the first restart. And I figured, well, maybe I just don't play out that queen and I can get it. And that ended up working. I guess, oh man, that's really close. If I found that on my second try, might have been in it.
Yeah, it's a tough seed. I mean, all the others are struggling as well.
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, how
Got it right now.
early.
Yeah, he didn't have the offensive scaling needed, I think.
This was a hard one to find both offense and defense. I feel like even Gabriel, who is likely going to be the only one who actually does this clean without any restarts, still going to have a hard time. Maybe, or still had a hard time because he was relying on non-priority units as the bulk of his damage.
Yeah,
and you can see even with
sorry,
even go ahead. With so many of them, it's still a problem. The non-priority drop, even with like what's it got, 6 or 7 of them,
right?
And it's still a problem.
Yeah, especially with him playing all of his endless units each turn, right? Like reducing his draw even further. I think, like I said, probably would have been better off just playing one Stealth Tomb instead of playing all of them each turn.
Well, no flying kill, but with 24 stealth on his 2 little bugs there, he's gonna be able to finish this one off. Still going for some style points though before he finishes off the run, and then we'll have to see if Opal can finish it.
It doesn't.
Maybe it does get the bonus points there.
Did she restart?
She did.
Yes. I don't think she has the scaling needed.
And her draw is not thin enough to consistently get the crushing demise.
Crushing demises, yeah. I think if she gets through the waves, she would win because of her stealth. But
right.
It's like.
I mean, that's kind of the money hit she got right then, but it's still not going to be enough.
Yeah, maybe. Can she do it without playing the stealth for a while? Right?
I don't think so.
So that she.
One demon only has like 15 HP.
I guess you still have to draw the endless unit on the second go through your deck. So it's not helping all that much. Yeah.
She's so
By the way,
if she plays the tomb on the second floor, she'll be able to kill the backliner, and I think the first entire floor is really not that big of a deal. Like she has 57 damage, but
yeah. By the way, Hard, I loved your Shadow Eater pick.
I figured I was behind 20 points. I needed to assume everyone was going to do really well and just try to high roll as much as possible on this run. And Shadow Eater was the way to do that in my mind. Maybe if I went with the sap, I actually might have been able to win versus Divinity on my first or second try, but oh well. Once again, I enjoy the high roll and going for the more interesting plays than the safer route a lot of time.
Well, and if you get like a Shroud Spike, your build just takes off.
Yeah, so close.
Yeah, that's sadly the only thing that was missing in this run. The Shroud Spike. But you did have the thing that triplicates a morsel. I still can't. I have it on screen. How's it called?
Shroud Mitosis.
Shroud Mitosis, that's how, yeah. So I don't know, but it's way less consistent, of course, especially against Sweep.
Yeah, with the permafrosted Shroud Mitosis and Feast, it's like a poor man's Rail Spike.
Yeah, I guess you could put it that way.
I think Opal is about to meet her demise. That boss just too big.
It's 9 health.
Yeah, having taken less shards here has actually put her in a bad spot with regards to the pyre armor that everyone else got here.
Yeah, but then, I mean, this boss would be even bigger, right? Like 200 health bigger or something. I don't think that helps all that much.
Well, let's bring all of them back in, and we can let them share their thoughts.
All of them together, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Let's see what they have to say.
Great runs, everyone. Thank you for entertaining us. It was a rough one, right? I mean, Fahan, maybe you want to share your thoughts first?
Yeah, what I did was a bit risky. I gambled on the fact that I could survive until a bit later and fix my units. But yeah, I relied way too much on drawing the Umbratom to clear the floors. And yeah, I got punished.
Good run, though. I mean, especially, also taking into account the whole tournament. Very deep run. We have the final scores already. Is that?
The other thing I'm missing is Gabriel. Do you know how many shards you had at the end?
I had 140.
Oh. Okay, so then final scores were Gabriel with a combined score of 329 points. Hart with, second place would be Opal with 260 points. Hart with 251, and Pehan with 218. So that means that for our final run, our head-to-head, we just have Gabriel and Opal.
For what it's worth, I think you might have missed the final fight. I took 25% damage or 25 damage.
I wanted to clarify that with you.
Yeah. Okay. So that would be a little bit less than 324 instead of 329.
Yeah.
So, Gabriel, you were the only one to basically make it through unscathed.
Yeah.
What was the point where you had to struggle basically all the way through?
It was like the deck had strength, but it never felt strong. It was like you're offered a lot of good lines, but it's the problem with melting often is like if you try to do two at once, you often fall short. So I basically had all these nice things. I had honestly three things. I had the option for a pretty good Ember Drain deck. I had the option for like a rapid reform deck or just a sit there and harvest type deck. I ended up kind of leaning more into the harvest side of it. But it's a tough call when you have like resin block, you have hallowed drippings, you have a holdover perils. It's hard to navigate which thing to do. And if you try to do all at once, it's like I kind of almost got baited into doing. Usually I find it falls short, but turned out these spike driver colonies, which I usually never take, did pretty well with the harvest synergy.
Definitely. Also, any thoughts on Pyre healing versus Pyre armor?
I'd figured starting with the whatever it's called, Ember Cache, already kind of represented Pyre armor, but the upside was that I could have health to spend kind of liberally on caverns and whatnot. and probably just even heal more the more and more consumables I might end up with.
I think that might have been a difference too. Like
Yeah.
others took chip damage, while you stayed about the same at each fight. So, and that might have ended up being the better solution, or being a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, it definitely allowed me to not like I only basically the Scourge, or what was it, the Ring 5, it took a little bit, and then the final fight there was that tank that got through, but other than that I was able to heal it all back up.
Yeah.
So Opal, what were your thoughts?
There were definitely like at least 3 lines that were available in this run. And I don't know. I'm happy with the one that I took. I just got really unlucky on the last hand draw. Otherwise I can make it through.
No, we saw that.
I think in the last hand I was drawing from 12 cards. I had 2 Crushing Demises and 2 Excavated Embers, and I didn't end up drawing the Crushing Demise, so yeah. But aside from that, I never found I think the only available source of multi-strike that game was in the Spike Driver colonies, which I didn't play around, so I just didn't have the damage scaling fast enough to handle many bosses without Crushing Demise.
Did you...
I think Hard had multi-strike, right?
Yeah, I found a multi-strike. I think it was the very first shop.
Oh, never mind. Okay, that's the only one I don't visit.
Yeah.
That is the only one that was offered in the seed, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, Opal, did you? You did not pick the Hallowed Halls, or did you?
No.
So usually, I think all of the other ones. So, it offers scaling and so on. So, what were your thoughts?
I don't know. I just have a really rough time playing it in general, so I try to stay away from it. It's just not a line I'm very comfortable with, where it's just, playing imps and stealth every turn is pretty easy.
All right, so it's almost time, I think, right? We're going to go ahead.
2 more.
Yes. So the head-to-head is going to be Gabriel and Opal. And of course, Hart and Pehan, you are welcome to stay with us.
My favorite seed is coming up.
Yeah, I really enjoyed playing this final seed. Fun note, this was actually the first seed we found for the tournament.
Oh yeah, you're right. It was.
So
I'm hoping you were fun.
Gabriel and Opal advance, and Hart and Pehan. Thank you so much, and like I said, if you want to stick around and watch the contestants from here, then you're welcome to do so.
I think I'm just going to watch the stream. Thank you for the organization. It was really fun, and the time spent to find the seed were. Thank you because they were fun to play, and
yeah, and hope to see you again in the future. So
thanks for participating. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to keep an eye out to see when the next qualifier we will be.
Yeah, thank you as well. I might jump in mostly on the stream chat, but I'll still watch as much as I can.
Cool. All right. Thank you, Hart and Pam. Very, very good run into the tournament. Just barely not making it. So yeah, hope to see you again in the future, and yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Well played.
Okay, so are we about ready to start the finals?
I just need to reset the spreadsheet here, and then we're good to go.
I can already distribute the final seed.
Any final? Oh, you're already muting them. Okay, never mind.
No thoughts allowed.
No thoughts allowed. Yeah. Any final things? They want to say?
Just one check with COD. Are you still basing it off of the same spreadsheet, or should we use the final spreadsheet? Do you have a preference?
Either or. I mean, I'm sitting on the final spreadsheet right now, but like, I mean, they both work, right? So.
Okay, I'll just update the final spreadsheet then.
The head-to-head, always exciting, right? I think that was a good change last tournament.
Definitely, yes. I can second that also from a watcher's perspective. It's much easier to follow.
So here was I've been tossing this around in my head for a while. The thought of doing, rather than individual like tournaments, doing more of like a league where maybe like twice a month a handful of players play head-to-heads, and then like over the course of like a few months we then get into like a finals bracket.
I mean, that does make sense, since we have, you know, a lot of content creators who could host particular head-to-heads and provide commentary on it, which would give like a pretty colorful sort of difference between each run, and also basically change like difficult phrase, but yeah, basically just make it feel very different round to round. And yeah, I think that's a great idea, actually.
Yeah, we should talk about that more, because I think that could be really interesting to do this year, to try, like, because the big tournaments, the biggest problem is like participation is super erratic. I think it's also hard for people to commit to a massively long weekend every month where they're, you know, dedicating 10 plus hours.
Yeah, and we've already done something like this in December, right? We started posting seeds, people play them, right? Like, if they have time to play them, we might actually get them to play them on stream. I don't know.
Well, that was
but we could do a league offline too, right? And just have the best players facing up against each other in the end, or something like this.
Also, I mean,
yeah. Well, my thought was to have like maybe 2 or 3 matches each week, and it's always random. So like you'll have a week where you don't play, and then you'll have a week where you might play, and then at the end, like the top 4 coming out of the league would then play in a semifinals and finals.
That sounds awesome, because it's much easier to get this one run in during a week or on the weekend instead of these 2 days.
Yeah, and especially like for us, for example, like for Confucius and me, we are in a bad time zone too, right? We have to play at night basically.
COD as well.
Like it's not as, oh yeah, you're right. It's not as bad anymore with the head-to-heads like Sundays. But like yesterday, it was already past 1 a.m. Right.
Right.
So if it was just a couple of matches, I think that would be more. Would even be better in this circumstance, right? And we have other people coming from other different time zones too.
The other benefit here too would be from a facilitation standpoint. You know, you don't have to stay for the entire time, but also curating seeds is much easier if you're doing them slowly over time, instead of curating like we got to curate 14 seeds for a tournament. It's a little bit daunting compared to like, oh, I need to curate 3 seeds.
Yeah, it definitely helped that we had like 1.5 months to do it now, or 2 months.
Right.
To do it now. Definitely helped, yeah. Especially if you're trying to avoid like super high rolls, right?
I think we can let you guys go. We are jabbering away. They're ready to start.
I'm gonna give them the start signal.
And yeah, like I mentioned earlier, with all the different content creators, we can also, like what was mentioned earlier, accommodate players from different regions a lot better. Like you could host some US players, for example, whereas I could host some EU players, or Tom could host some Australia, New Zealand players. And I think we all know enough about the game that even single person commentary might be enough.
By the way,
I think
who's
that's
keeping track of the scores now? Because I think I need to relax a little bit on the. I need to get to work tomorrow. So
no, just fine. I'm planning to do scores. I'll handle all scoring for this run.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
So we start with Awoken Melting Remnant with Primordium, which already has some fun synergies. Yeah.
But it's neither Reform nor Root Seeds right now, right? So you can't really scale Primordium right now.
So my initial thought would be Superfood.
Yes.
Yes.
and the couple of reasons. One, if you get Wicklash, it's not an auto win, but it's pretty hard to lose. And the other is you start with 2 Wildwood Saps. So you could very easily get 30, 40 regen on a unit, which is pretty good sustain for a chased run.
This seems like a hard choice, though, because otherwise there's no offensive scaling right now, right? So
yeah, but I mean, the only time you really need an insane offense in early game is against bosses, and when you have 10 regen, you could potentially put on 3 unit. That's pretty good.
When you have an insane defense.
Yes, you have an insane defense early with the potential to get an insane offense late. Yes. We have first aggressive edible by Gabriel.
Yeah, it's the safer pick probably. I'm kind of sad.
Yeah. The other thing that's kind of cool too, though, is if you do get Reform ever, even whether it's aggressive edible or whatever, it doesn't really matter what, to be honest. Being able to just sack Primordium early in order to get it reformable is always a good time.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things I was concerned about here, that like if you don't play Primordium top floor, you don't get the sweeper. So you're not able to get through this fight without damage, or at least I wasn't able to. Might be a problem with the specific artifacts. I already forgot the name again.
The prescription or conscription notice.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
They both actually are going to be very similar. So they both take aggressive edible. They both have the sweeper.
No. Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay, then it's fine. But otherwise, I wasn't able to beat this fight without taking damage. So.
They'll both end up, I think, with a very clean first ring here. Yeah, Gabriel already clearing it without taking any damage. I assume it'll be the same for Opal. And then we have to see where they deviate. Okay, you get Sharpen as your first card choice. I mean, that's when you really feel bad you didn't take Superfood.
I would have taken Superfood, yeah, a lot of the time because of just how powerful things like regen are when you're feeding them to a Primordium who's basically tripling the effectiveness.
Yeah.
I guess one thing is with Wicklash, you don't have to worry about burnouts when you pick aggressive edible.
Yep. Yeah.
So there is some upsides.
In fact, I would be tempted to take it and then put intrinsic on it. Because you could get 2 burnout. You could get 2 burnout on a Primordium, guarantee it dies before its 3rd buffet, and then you can start the reform chain. But in general, it's good.
I just realized now that I started doing this on stream with, intrinsicing a bunch of defensive cards onto a Superfood Primordium. So there was a little hint there for something to come in the tournament.
I mean, I tried to find a seed that has. I mean, should I spoil it? No.
No, that's...
Let them play it. Let them play it.
So, Steel Singer is a card. It's a card that gets really interesting when you have 3 Wildwood Saps and Restores in your deck. Oh my gosh!
No love for Front Hollow.
I was gonna say I don't think that COD realized that there's a Steel Singer in this because.
Well, you see Chased, you have to accept that maybe Thorn Hollow isn't the pick.
I think Steel Singer, you can't play it right now with Primordium, so there is some downside, right?
But at the same time, both of them have aggressive edible, so it's not like they could stack up regen anyway. And even if you have the chance, you still play all of your restores on your Steel Singer because then you get the extra trigger. Yeah. So I think it's fine. I think the bigger issue then becomes how do you scale your Steel Singer in such a way that you get benefit from it? I think the answer is pretty simple. It's you do a 2 floor, right? You do a floor with your Steel Singer and you do a floor with your Sweeper plus your Primordium. But I don't think you try to get them together. I think that's a mistake.
And I don't think Steel Singer is that good of a unit. It's pretty much the worst of the permascaler, right?
Kind of. Gabriel, forgetting about Ember Drain. Can't play a Steel Singer.
There's also the Spikes artifact, so that's Front Hollow might have been something you could have picked.
You could also show up in Primordium, right?
Yes.
I think the biggest issue is just Chased. If you rely too much on the Spikes against Chased, you just lose.
I didn't. But obviously, I had time to think about everything, right? In the tournament,
yes.
I would probably think, straight Seraph.
Oh.
Might be a problem. Yeah. The early shot enhanced backliners. Always. I think with the Sweeper and the aggressive edible Primordium, Gabriel is not going to have that much of a hard time for now.
No, I think he should be fine. I would maybe have considered sending the Sweeper down, but then you have the problem of having double spikes on a single floor, which is kind of annoying. With the stealth, with double stealth, he'll have 2 stealth by the time the boss gets there. Still kind of iffy. Hopefully he gets a lot of restores here. With enough restores, he's fine. But, okay, and then he has the Wildwood Sap and another stealth, so he's good. Oh yeah, he has Endless. He has Endless and Burnout, so he's fine. Yeah, very, very easy kill here. But no scaling on the Steel Singer.
So
there's also
could be an infusion
option.
Right?
Well, yeah, I was going to say you could just use the infusion, which is not as good as some others, but it's okay. still wild to me that it's not permanent. Like, I get it because like it's a little bit easier to scale, but like Overgorgers is permanent, and I feel like it's still way easy to scale.
Yeah, and when you enter Divinity, right, you don't need morsels anymore, right? Like this is the only fight where you can't feed morsels potentially, but at that point, you might have already have like hundreds of attack, especially if you have something like rail spikes. I think, yeah, I think Steelsinger is kind of like the fact that he's 4 capacity and 3 costs on top of having a very slow scaling, right? Makes it so much worse than the other two.
I don't even hate just taking the Shattered Shell and putting Shattered Shell and Shattered Shell. It's like not a bad infusion. You get double the Slay Trigger, and you get the health, and you get some extra damage to start with. But Steelsinger is also like a really good infusion. It's large stone plus.
Yeah, plus a somewhat a scaling trigger.
Yeah.
I think other way around, you're going to. It's not going to take long for your Shattered Shell to be bigger than at least from an offensive perspective. So. Yeah, skipping these units, I kind of expected that. But it's good. Like, you could have had the Exploding Tomb and a Legion of Wax too on this run, if you went down that route. Like, but nobody.
Ooh, Yeet Stick, Ultimate Armor, or the Big Sweep. It's hard to not take a Yeet Stick.
Yeah.
Especially with a Shattered Shell. Shattered Shell is so unreliable at killing the bosses in Divinity fights. I feel like having it as insurance is always going to be good. Gabriel flirting hard with this intrinsic, just not sure whether to commit. Opal was able to play her Steelsinger, so there could be some potential scaling there. I don't know what happened. Did she lose her Primordium? Did she sack it?
I think it got eaten into the
middle floor sweeper.
The middle floor sweeper, yeah. Oh.
The
Stygian sweepers. How are they called?
It's either Cold Celia or Cold Kalia or
no, it's the other one.
Yeah. She'll be able to get some scaling on her Steelsinger here because it won't be able to kill the boss in just a couple of hits. So it's not bad. She gets up to 30, which Ring 2 getting up to 30 is not bad at all.
There's definitely a lot of heals available here, so
yeah.
I mean that's a strong line to take with Steelsinger, which is one thing I like about Steelsinger. Is that
if you happen to get Small Stone as well, you could get a whole bunch from, and then get a bunch of glimmers, and things can get real fun.
Who knows?
The fact that Steelsinger is a permanent or a meta scaling unit that's also as tanky as it is really sets it apart from the other.
Yeah, let's see if the region is going to be enough here to keep.
Oh, I think Gabriel's making a mistake here. He put the Steelsinger in front, but actually the optimal would be to play Primordium up front, so that Primordium gets the Emblem of Exiles.
Yeah, just that Talos hits it, but you have all the Drax.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You would probably get a Drag or a Tomb. And he's missing out on, I would say, roughly 15 to 20 extra HP. I guess he does have the Endless Tomb, so it's probably not a big deal.
So the thing, like about this. I picked Thorn Hollow in this run, and because this run doesn't have that much offensive scaling so far, I basically was still able to make it through most things without taking damage. It's like because Gabriel is going to leak here, right? Leaks the big one.
Yes.
And probably, how much damage does it do? Yeah, not enough here either.
And that's the other problem is like if it's not killing things.
Yeah, I
the
guess
side effect
is just
is
not enough.
Yeah.
Just not enough here. Yep.
Now he would have enough if he put a train steward in the front, in front of the. Okay, he's not going to, but if he puts it in front of the sweeper, he would kill the first one, which would increase the damage onto the second one, and he could drip fall one of them. But unfortunately, he's not going to scale it. It's just going to be more on the floor now. They also don't have Frostbite because he stealthed in front of the Titan Sentry. It just ran out of stealth now.
Like he might need that Frostbite for Relentless. I guess if he can stack up more stealth.
I mean, I think you do play the... Oh, he's not going to play the Tomb up front. I would think you'd play the Tomb up front, but...
To get slightly more damage in, yeah.
Yeah.
Might have been correct, yeah.
Oof, 10 damage.
Do you actually ever use the skull here? Right?
No.
Just to get better scoring.
I don't think so. I think the skull is so valuable against the divinity fight. Like I don't know.
She's barely.
Maybe the difference between winning and losing. Then
Gabriel just barely kills Talos here. Like.
There's a formless child now. That's a way to bring back Primordium that doesn't hurt.
I mean, yeah, it is a way to bring it back, yes. I think I would consider it here.
I would.
Like obviously it's going to be in the bottom deck every fight, but there's like no other scaling so far.
Right.
So it might be the only thing you can do.
And then once you get rid of the dregs, you don't really need to worry about extra, garbage. Yeah, Opal might have the problem of just getting fixated on scaling her Steel Singer. And it doesn't multi-strike, so she's going to have some problems with clearing these multi-unit floors.
Yeah, she's going to take a huge hit. Actually, yeah, I don't think the drip fall helps.
Oh, I would
drip fall the front one.
Yeah, I was going to say I was going to drip fall. You drip fall the healer there, I think.
Yeah. No, she drip fall the big dude in the back. That's going to just hit her pyre right now.
Yes.
Yeah. Man, I hope nobody dies here. It's early. That would kind of... that would be unfortunate.
She's taking 18 damage here. That's going to be the most she'll ever take at one go, though.
The other two survive too, so it's like 3 extra hits from there. It's like another 8 additional, right? Yeah. Oof.
So what does she leak here? She leaks both middle and back. Oh, Glimmer coming in.
The Glimmer.
Super clutch right there. And she will get some damage. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to do that. I think you put your tomb... Oh, you can't put your tomb in the back. It doesn't actually work. You drip fall. You 100% drip fall here in order to save 5 damage on your fire.
I agree.
The Steel Singer will survive. Like, it's got way too much health.
Yeah, and a lot of regen. I think that's going to be fine.
And the stealth. It's got everything. Don't. Okay, I guess you could play it. I was just thinking like, yeah. No, it didn't change anything.
Oof, that's a tough start here.
Yeah, both of them taking a lot of damage in Ring 3. Opal certainly taking a lot more.
Nobody takes the formless child.
No. They're going for standard stuff.
I think that might be. This is the second time to pick up a Thorned Hollow, maybe.
I just think people are seeing Chased and thinking, well, none of this stuff's gonna work. So, need permanent stat. But the thing is, if you have enough of these things, the fact that Chase is halving them doesn't really matter.
I would maybe just take, if I'm Opal though, I might just take Animus of Speed. It's easy, it's pretty effective. The biggest problem is even if you take Thorned Hollow, 10 shards only works until like Ring 5. After that, the enemies still have either armor or too much HP that they're not going to die to the spikes anyway.
Yeah, if she's still planning to use her Steel Singer, that is, right?
Yeah, she takes the quick. Gabriel's still mulling it over. Takes nothing.
Skips it, yeah.
Guess you're holding out for getting a multi-strike out of your Awoken unit. Is Opal going to merge before she even checks? Oh no, she's going to get a...
Is it wise to take more shards here, really?
If you put it onto... Let's see, at this point, you're still purging your Yeet Stick with the skull.
Like, she does have... What was I trying to say? She does have the Whiplash. So there might be opportunities to get at least a little bit extra damage on her units. I think she might have to pick units here just to try to get some early damage on things, right? Start slaying.
Yeah, because the thing is, the Steel Singer doesn't need Primordium, but a Sweeper gets a lot of value out of Primordium.
Yes, especially now you have Quick on it too, right?
Yes.
And
it can just do cleanup and boss fights.
Yes.
You could even decide to put Quick onto the Husk Hermit. Like you could merge the Animus of Speed into the Husk Hermit, and then you have Aggressive Edible, go all in on Aggressive Edible, and you just have a quick sweeper that, preps and protects your floor, and then your Steel Singer just does cleanup duty. Because you're going to be putting all your spells on that anyway. You're going to be healing it more than anything else.
Of the tension right now.
I mean, she might have to do something like this right now. Like, sure, I think otherwise, I don't know if she survives right now.
Maybe you put Shattered Shell onto the Husk Hermit. You put Quick onto your, or I don't know what you do. Which one you do there?
Yeah, the other thing is the more shards you take, the more potential heavies are upgraded, right? And they're just going to destroy your pyre right now.
Your Steel Singer is doing 50 damage, so not really like at the point where you can just say, yeah, it will clear anything that gets through.
Oh, she actually skips. Yeah, that's the problem with Steel Singer I found, is that, like, even though he is a permanent scaler, he's never quite at the level to kill a heavy. Like, just barely off. Like, even with multi-strike right now, 50, that's just barely enough to kill an unupgraded heavy, right?
It might not be terrible to take, with the Steel Singer, to take the Channeler, the Spike Channeler, and put the Essence onto Steel Singer that way, so you have some backline damage potential. That might be an out. Certainly better than the Edge Prior, even though you would get the heal trigger.
I think I would play Primordium top floor here, and play Steel Singer mid floor. Like you said, she might be a little bit too concerned about scaling it, right?
Well, but here I think it's actually okay. You have Quick, You have the extra health from Emblem of Exiles. I think she might be totally fine here. Let's see on the floor. Yeah, the sweep is killing both units.
Yeah. How is Gabriel doing, by the way?
He is losing Primordium to... Oh, because the stealth.
You could play the stealth in front of Primordium, though, right?
Yes, which is what you probably should do.
He did infuse the steel singer onto his sweeper.
Yes, which is smart. It means that you can... Because one of the biggest problems with your sweeper is just scaling fast enough between aggressive edible and being able to just put a whole bunch of healing onto your front unit. Like, that's probably enough. He just needs now multi-strike, which is, you know, then you get into the multi-strike game, which is always exciting. But actually, both are looking okay here in this Ring 4 fight.
Yeah, I think it's the upgrade on aggressive edible, right? That gives now enough attack to actually deal with things.
And then combined with the stealth, you get sustain.
And I think the Animus of Speed on the bottom floor does a good job too right now.
Yeah.
Of just prepping the big guy in front right now. She might actually be able to kill it over the course of multiple floors now.
51, not quite there, but she has an entire handful coming up of just pure, unadulterated heal. So that will help tremendously. And she'll be able to play all four because she took Ember as her first upgrade.
I think she should play the Tomb, though, maybe?
I don't think you need to. I think she can get enough healing because she still hasn't played the Wildwood Saps yet.
Like, now it's about, can I scale this? What is the best way to approach this so that my Steel Singer gets the most attack, right?
We're also seeing the downside to Gabriel's strategy, which is because he's only playing a single floor, he's getting all the garbage in his deck all the time.
Yeah, and he's leaking. And he's going to leak next floor too, I think.
Yes. Well, with the 2 trigger, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. He's not even close to killing that top unit.
Yeah.
That's another 22 damage coming in.
Man, I really didn't realize the seat was that tough. I guess if you go for more standard stuff, it's not that it's tough, huh?
I mean, this is that's
almost totally fine here.
Dusk seed again.
She has to decide whether she's going to try to scale Steel Singer anymore. I think she's opted to try to scale Steel Singer. Steel Singer will be fine. It's got a lot of health, got a lot of damage. Just needs that. Yeah, with the Wildwood Sap, she's fine.
And she has a purple.
Yeah.
It's 3 more triggers, or 2 more triggers, I think. 2 more.
Focus
There's one big heal. There's also Restoring Retreat, if you want to play multiple Steel Singers. Potentially.
Yeah.
I don't think you do, though. I'm not even sure if that's... Like, if you find multi-strike here, right? Let's say, do you put it on the Sweeper, or do you put it on the Steel Singer?
Also, probably just to note, Gabriel did have to restart Ring 4.
Does playing bottom floor you help at all? I'm not so sure about it.
I don't know what else you do.
Yeah?
You play your Animus down there, and you hope. I mean, you'll be able to kill the guy on the second floor with a drag. You get stealth on the drag, and then he'll kill the backliner. And I think from there, you get enough damage to at least potentially kill some of these guys.
Yeah, you might need to use his skull at this point. But if you use his skull, he has the same problem next floor, right? Of not being able to kill heavies. Yeah.
It's actually worse. The next one has 150 base health.
Decides to not get the collector. I guess now it's just about survivability, huh?
Yeah.
Just about survival.
There's the 180.
There's the big one.
If he can kill the boss, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it was going for with bottom floor, now that I think about it. You play the drag, yeah. I think it's close, honestly. But it's a lot of regen, yeah. It's just
the quick is really good. The regen's really good.
Tough one.
Yes.
And we see another lady today on the on Opal's side.
Description notice, yeah.
Is it like I said? Do you play the skull here? No, she opts not to.
Which is interesting to me because now it consumes. I don't know what she's waiting for. I guess she's assuming that her sweeper is doing enough damage to all the front units. The hardest wave is going to be that next wave with the double tanks, because they're going to do a lot of damage once all of the minis die.
Clever little.
Oh, but you know what? She has stealth.
Drip falling.
Yeah.
To get some extra damage on the shattered shell.
Yeah, I think that's a smart idea. And I think really going for the sweeper there with quick was probably the right decision. I don't see how she would have done it otherwise.
No, Steelsinger doesn't need it. You're healing him constantly. You're going to stack him with regen. Like, he'll be fine. His biggest problem is he just won't kill everything. So I think this is the right play. A 2-floor setup. And it's going to get even better once she gets to rank 3 Primordium.
Without a formless child.
Yeah, it's sad times, but...
Would have been cool to see something like this in a tournament, but I guess people will try to go for more consistent things, which is probably wise. Oh. Does Steelsinger actually get the kill on top floor?
Well,
probably.
she needs to prioritize the stealth and the drip fall, and then she's okay. The drip fall gets a full extra hit.
Just don't get too caught.
It's not what you want to draw. You don't want to eat either of them.
Just don't get too caught up in trying to scare your Steelsinger too much.
She does manage it though. It's with 160 damage per hit, like
she did put multi-strike on it? Did I see that right?
Yes.
So she decided to not put it on her sweeper. I guess I think that's less damage overall. I don't think the Steelsinger ever gets that big that it compensates for a sweeper, but
yeah, Gabriel, with that extra multi-strike is gonna have the potential to scale a lot harder.
Yes, but it's only scaling its base Primordium, right? That's going to be, and he lost his ability to kill mini bosses right now. I guess there's a crushing demise coming. Oh, we saw it. Did he pick it? No, it's after this fight.
Yeah, she's ahead of him a full ring.
So Gabriel does get a replacement, maybe, if he decides to pick it. But he gets... Ooh, spikes. I guess he has a lot of regen, but...
It's very dangerous.
It's easy to underestimate that, yeah. I think you play Primordium in front.
Yeah, I don't know why he keeps playing Primordium in the back. I think he's just not thinking about it.
Especially in this fight where you don't get a heavies on the first one, you just start scaling. Like, Primordium is not in danger, right, of dying until he gets eaten. So,
and even when they get up there, Primordium's still not in danger of dying because the sweeper has quick.
Yeah.
So
sorry.
Or at least it's healing a lot. No, at least it's healing a lot. I don't think it actually has quick. I think. Oh no, it does. It does have quick.
And Primordium gets eaten before the actual heavy gets onto the floor, right?
Yes.
Which is not upgraded, so it's going to get killed by Shadow Shell anyway. He can actually get the collector right now.
With Preserve Thorns.
I guess he has Preserve Thorns. I was thinking about Stealth Tomb plus Drag, but that works too. No, just hoping that he can sustain the spikes, but with the Glimmer, I think, and all the regen should be fine.
I don't even think he played the Glimmer. I think he just tried to stack regen and stealth, and should be good enough.
You could redraw it maybe in time.
Yeah.
Like just like this spikes damage directs up on like a sweeper.
Now he's at the point though where he's not multi-striking. He's killing everything in the initial sweep attack. So it's not as much anymore. And he still has Emblem, so Emblem is still just stacking. I think he's good.
Yeah, with all the stealth, he should be fine.
Mm-hmm.
That was clean, right?
We'll see. I think so. Yep. Clean fight.
I think he's going to be. I think he's going to be clean for a while now.
Yeah, either he dies or he's clean. But and he dies because somehow his sweeper dies. But I don't think it's so unlikely with the stealth and all of the regen and the Emblem of Exiles, all that combined just make it really unlikely, I think. Oh, this is yeah, I was gonna say Primordium is dying. I think does she? Oh, she can drip fall.
Yes, she could.
Wait, what? Did she not realize that Primordium is dying?
I think she did now. I mean, Dripfall saves for one turn. Like, I think... Oh, that's not even the right sweeper, right? That
no,
she starts getting there.
She has a better one.
And then there is the big guy coming this... Yeah, I guess Steelsinger does enough damage that she's probably going to survive. But Primordium dies here, that could be bad. I mean, the sweeper has enough damage now to clear the backline at least. So
I think she's probably fine. In some ways, you might even say it's better. It means it's more likely that she can scale up her Steelsinger a little bit more. But
yeah, that she might now need to stealth her Steelsinger a lot. Like,
Steelsinger's quick too. She's fine.
Yeah, just that the Steelsinger needs to have enough turns against Fel now, which, yeah, she has stealth in her deck.
I think with all the regen, she's probably okay.
I think you kill that guy, one of them.
Yeah,
there's no point in redrawing the skull anymore, I think.
No. And in fact, you get the kill here. I mean, I guess you're taking a kill away from your sweeper, but at this point, like, your sweeper and is literally just there to protect Steelsinger.
Let's see if she realizes that she might need stealth on her Steelsinger a bit. Okay, I guess not now. I guess she might not in the end, we'll see. A 3-floor setup.
Very unusual.
Yeah, I think she's going to be fine. Also, she does have the ensnare too now, so even if like she'd encounter a bad wave, probably less likely for it. She can at least stall it a little bit. Right?
I was gonna say you could also well, I guess no. I guess you wouldn't do that. I was thinking you could snare top dude and then drip fall down, drip fall your own guy. But I don't think that actually makes sense.
At least not right now. Maybe later in the combat.
She's gonna do some stealth
on the top floor. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh no, she doesn't have the health scaling artifact. Never mind. Does Burnout trigger first, or does the Emblem of the Exile trigger first? Do you know that?
I think Emblem triggers and then Burnout. but I couldn't see there playing on too fast.
Oh, she doesn't have the emblem, so. Oh, she does. Never mind.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, she does.
When she played that tomb, I don't think the health decreased. Yeah. Well, no, she's at max health.
But
yeah,
we can see it now, right? Does the tomb have increased health?
I don't think so. She won't hover over it though. Not doing us a solid here.
I think if I remember right, it triggers after.
Yeah.
Attack space during resolve means that attack space after burnout and hatching and all of that stuff.
Which is different from Gorge, which does happen before the burnout.
Yeah. All these weird interactions in the game. Alright.
But she gets a clean ring 6 there. If she just does this clean, I don't think Gabriel can win, just due to the having to restart in that ring 4 fight.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, that's the downside with the head-to-head system, right? That you only have one chance. Maybe.
Yeah.
Right?
But I mean, Gabriel's build's coming together. His sweeper was doing 160 damage multi-strike. You get another Formless Child in case you didn't take the first one.
I would still consider it. Like, I guess you still have all the drags in the deck, right?
Yeah.
You do get money from drags dying, so might not be the best choice necessarily. But it's pretty easy to make sure that Primordium dies. I guess the Primordium, yeah. I mean, if you draw it late, you just don't have the scaling, right? So.
The other problem is, where do you put Formless Child so that it dies? If you put it in the front behind Primordium, it's going to take all of the stats. And if you put it on its own floor, it's probably just going to die. Can become awkward.
He just takes the money. Definitely. Most of the time awkward, I would say.
Mm-hmm. I kind of agree with the Heaven's Aid. Or not Heaven's Aid, the what is it called?
Heaven's Gold?
Yeah, I think it's
no. Yeah. I mean, she does have an Ember upgrade, and she does have an Engraft in the deck. Consume removal on the skull is probably going to go a long way. Like, I think Opal is going to be fine. Like, with her consume removal skull, her ensnare, the drip falls. Like, she can stall.
She's got a lot of manipulation. Yeah. And it's not like her deck is lacking damage. Like, she's been able to do enough damage and probably will still be able to do enough damage. It's going to come down to, like, the survivability of her Steel Singer and how much of the waves she can clear with the sweeper before it dies, or, you know, if there's more than 2 units on a floor that goes to Steel Singer, it can be tough.
Yeah, I think she's probably glad that she found something to do. Like when she was down to 9 health. And like pretty much no redirection in the deck.
I think she's trying to decide whether she's going to put a drag on a drag as a removal.
And for shards.
Yeah, and for shards, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because this is it. Like, you only have the 10 coin, the 10 shards from the coins.
Like, one problem I could potentially see is Divinity, right? Like, her Shadow Shell doesn't have that much health. right? How do you set up? Like if you don't draw a stealth tomb, you kind of can't really set up a primordial floor with the sweeper, right?
Yeah.
That's one thing.
Briefly mentioning here that the gift of gratitude would have been playable every ring. Because
that's right. Yeah. Because the purge is gone. But every ring means literally 2 rings.
Unless you remove consume. Hold it over. Never mind everything else. Just get gold every turn.
I mean, if you have a pyro-based strategy, right? You have like a vapor funnel. And you're only doing that. Maybe? You need to get a lot of gold to get to like 400 attack, 4,000 attack or something.
Well, but if you got the have had both. You can have the artifact and the card.
Oh yeah, right. You need both. Yeah.
I think you just double snare the big baddie there. Like the backliner will die. Aggressive edible is giving enough stats, right?
Yeah. Another time where Pavadium just gets eaten up before it actually is in danger. I don't think it matters. I guess it took the spikes trial. It's
I feel like it's unnecessary. Like, what does he need money for at this point? Better artifacts? I don't know.
Like, I mean, as long as you can still win the fight.
Opal's losing her Primordium to spikes. Even without the spike trial.
Still sad nobody picked Superfood and went down the spikes line. Like, that's what I did, and it was crazy. Like, that was was surprisingly powerful. But and the other way how I solved Temperament is with like the same with the way that they do with like crushing demises and drip falls and stuff, right? That was my way. I guess I didn't get a flying kill then, but I don't think any of like Gambit or Opal, I don't think any of those have the ways to get a flying kill on Divinity. I don't. On Seraph. Divinity, maybe.
Yeah, I think Gabriel probably... Well, they both might. I think the harder part with Opal is just going to be how long does her sweeper survive? If her sweeper survives, like, she might get a flying kill just because her Steel Singer will have open access to Divinity for the entire fight.
Yeah. Divinity, yeah. I can see it, but I don't think Seraph is not...
No.
And even Gabriel, like... If Seraph is on the floor, like, every second time, and he gets...
400 damage here or there.
It's not enough, no.
What with another interesting note there that the Purge Whiplash is consumed, which actually kind of makes sense here because
she just wants to play.
You only need that extra 10 damage, and then
it does 30 from the artifact, right?
Yes.
So it's just extra damage, yeah.
It's extra damage and plus 10 on Primordium. As long as you don't play in your opening hand, then it's minus 20 on Primordium.
And it's yeah. You don't see the interaction very often, right? Getting... I guess now with the Purge one, you kind of see it sometimes. It's not... It often is a bad thing, right? You want that card to Purge, usually.
Right.
So...
And their Trader's Clause triggering of all the Twin Stone spells. Another note from Holt there.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I meant, I just couldn't remember this stupid name. Like the way how I look at the game, I don't know the names. I look at, oh, this is the trample tome, you know? This is the thing that does 30 damage when I play it, right? That's the way how I remember things. It's not like... I think for the future, if I'm still going to commentate, I should probably learn some names.
That's what everyone else is for, right?
Yeah,
Somebody will get
I guess
the
that was...
name.
I guess there was a time in the game I knew names better. But at some point, you just kind of... You see a picture, right? And you just click the picture. And you just don't see the card anymore. That's at least how I'm feeling when I play the game. It's like...
That's true.
Gabriel, considering Stackstone on the drip fall.
I think Gabriel needs the flying kills right now, right? Probably. To have a shot.
And Opal considering duping the Steel Singer. I think that's maybe a mistake. I don't think it does enough damage to justify it. I would probably dupe the Yeet Stick.
How do you play two Steel Singers? You need to keep both of them alive. They cost 3 when you play them. I think it's just going to slow her down. I think if she's thinking about, it might be a thought like, how do I get the flying kills, right?
So she can play them because she does have Hell's Banners.
Yeah. That one I couldn't see yet.
Does she have a drip fall? Because that's another thing that.
Yeah, she does have drip fall. I think
she could have 2 middle floor Steel Singers just.
Or you get the double engrafts and also get some extra shards.
I think the most
shard difference is something too.
I think the most consistent way is the skull. Like you clear waves for your Steel Singer to hit Divinity over and over. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Seraph is that much of a problem here. Like even with clearing stealth, you're still going to get like 6 stealth or something on your units.
Well, and the stealth only matters for the sweeper, but the stealth is endless. So like you just keep playing it every turn. So it will always have stealth. The one thing that could come up is the waves where the sweeper is going to be in the front is going to be really annoying. Stealth will get removed, and then the sweeper will get hit by the sweeper on the enemy side, get Ember Drain, and that could be very annoying.
Yeah, and I just saw she put a lot of health on her sweeper, so the Divinity setup problem is not really a problem anymore. Other
than for Primordium.
Yeah, but if you play mid floor and put one in the back, I think it should survive the 3 turns, right? It's more about.
Well, Gabriel also took. I didn't realize he picked up the mask.
It's pretty bad against Seraph, but against Divinity, like against the mini bosses and things, he might not draw his answers early enough, and having 2 turns against them is probably enough. Then.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a reasonable choice. It's generally a good artifact. It's one of these artifacts that kind of got better. Oh, he has Endless for Primordium now. That's a way to scale it.
If they had superfood, they'd have Endless for the other units. Oh.
Yeah, that's how I think that's what I did for Seraph. I had like an Endless Primordium. It's been so long, like you said, it's the first run we've put into the seats. Like I said, didn't realize I had such a rough early game.
So final decision was to dupe the skull.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most consistent line. not necessarily the most fun one.
So right now it's going to come down to I don't think either of them take pyre damage, so I think we can kind of take that off the table. It will come down to whether or not Gabriel could get an extra flying kill.
I think Gabriel is more likely to get that kill, especially with the anti-primordium.
Yeah, I think that's what's working in his favor. The problem is that Primordium will die every time from these sweepers, which is a little annoying.
He might have to play mid-floor against Divinity instead then. Because his stealth tombs don't die either, so Divinity just sweeps all of it. That's not an option.
Unless he gets drip falls in timely. Like, if he can time a drip fall with a stealth tome, then he's okay. But that's like, you're going to have to just keep playing your Primordium over and over again to die until you finally get a drip fall, which is kind of annoying. Or you play your Primordium up front so that it gets extra health, and then it can survive a sweep.
But it still needs to survive one turn then, right?
Yeah, you're still relying on getting a drip fall.
Yeah. And you're still relying on getting Endless early enough. I don't think it had Intrinsic, right? So if it's in the bottom
that's right.
You basically... I think you just play mid-floor, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And if things leak, you just root them forever, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's drawing a snare each turn right now.
Apple's Petrified Skull is just coming in like whenever it's needed. It's pretty remarkable to watch.
Well, it is endless, or sorry, not endless. It is. Didn't she hold over, or is it -1? I can't remember.
I think it's -1.
I think it's -1, yeah. No, she doesn't have it this turn, so it's just coming whenever a sweeper is on an awkward floor.
Yeah, it's good. That's she's timing it well.
Yeah,
I mean, the nice thing is she doesn't have that many cards, right? So she's only got like 16-ish cards in her deck, but she does have 2 endless with the tombs.
So Gabriel's just got through.
No flying kill, but he does get the win.
Yeah, pretty much what we expected, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think you don't want the Ember Drain, yeah. Like, even Opal Sweeper is good enough right now to kill entire lanes by itself.
Yep.
So
she also got the Endless, so it's scaling really hard right now. I don't know that... Well, so Steelslinger is going to go in with about 180 base, maybe a little bit more. Hopefully the sweeper dies here. It does. That's good. You actually want the sweeper to die. You want to get as many hits with your regen running as possible. You can probably play the Unleash. It doesn't actually do much.
Does it give it
just snatching out whether she needs the extra here or whether she can just get that 1 extra damage onto the Steelslinger?
I don't think it would give her an extra hit though because of the multi-strike.
And yeah, Gabriel decided to play mid-floor against Divinity, which I think is correct.
Yeah, I mean your frontliner is never going to get hit. It's always going to be the stealth. So Primordium's never in danger. Your frontliner's never in danger. The only time that you could have problems is if somehow the sweeper doesn't kill everything. Then you might have an issue with spikes, but that would be it.
And like you see, he didn't draw his Endless yet, right? He might do now, yes.
Yeah, he gets it now.
But that's the thing, right? If he... Like, there was probably no way to play top floor then. I think an Endless aggressive edible scales enough for a flying kill. Am I right?
It should with multi-strike and the fact that she's going to grow off of the slay triggers as well.
Yeah, think. It depends a little bit on shard levels, but I think it's enough. So he should get the flying kill.
And all of the triggers from the regen and healing and so on.
Oh yeah,
I actually think
infusion.
I actually think that was not good. I don't think you want to be killing things. I think you want to be relying on your super to kill things for the scaling. At least if you're going for a flying kill. Oh, so Opal's got a tough choice here because she didn't get the sweeper in her opening hand.
She has stealth though, so she can wait for a turn.
That's what I think. I think you just still play your same thing. You put your stealth in front of your Primordium. You'll play your sweeper next turn. You're going to have stealth again because it's endless, and you play your Still Singer up top, and you just hope that the biggest problem is going to be she's not going to do enough damage. She's going to have to get her skull.
Oh, she has endless for Primordium in hands. She has intrinsic on it.
Yes.
She does it right without having intrinsic.
Does it have intrinsic? I don't think it has intrinsic because it came at the back of her hand. She's got lucky.
Yeah. Apparently she has.
That's the way intrinsic.
That's the way you play the game, right? You just hit.
I think you do buff your Wickless Tycoon. No, you can't. You can't fit it if you... Yeah.
I think you just throw it away, probably.
Yeah, toss it.
But the money...
she does have Heaven's Gold, right? But I think at this point you're not wanting to leak anything. Yeah, and now she can't play her tomb. Good thing she gave her shell like 60 health. Otherwise this might have been close. I think your Steel Singer probably doesn't kill. I guess with the sweeper, like once it starts scaling, it's probably okay.
At least it won't take damage. The biggest concern is that it will die to just divinity, like it is right now.
Do you kill your Primordium here and play your Stealth Tomb?
No, I think you just kill the big unit and you're fine.
You mean the one with the spikes? No, wait.
No, you just kill the 7 damage.
7 damage, live. Yes. Yeah. She might have needed to play bottom floor for her to be able to play a Stealth Tomb on that floor. How did she do that before? Does she have a space increase in her deck?
I don't know. I thought she was playing it there too, but I don't know. Maybe she got lucky with another sweeper as her.
Oh yeah, it was the other sweeper. Yeah.
As a conscription notice.
Yeah, you're right.
Gabriel getting a flying kill.
Yeah.
No, Gabriel just getting a regular kill.
Oh, it's a regular. Yeah, you're right. It would have been flying one turn earlier.
So it wasn't enough. Okay. She wins. Top floor is a concern, right? She's going to leak right now.
Unless she ensnares.
Yeah, she could ensnare, but then
I would double ensnare the harvest on the bottom floor and just take the damage.
How do you could ensnare the spikes guy, right?
I guess that's true, because spikes on the boss floor is not too intimidating.
Yeah, and if you don't, your sweeper just guaranteed dies, probably. Unless she draws one of her big healing spells. Yeah, now
the other problem too, if she plays this, if she keeps playing these ensnares, she's just going to keep getting more and more ensnares. Oh no, they are going to consume.
Yeah, and like another issue is if she plays the ensnare top floor now, she does have 2 units next floor, and then the tank that ascends now is not going to get hit by the Steel Singer.
Mm-hmm.
Or does it have two modes? I know it only has one. Like sure, she does have answers in her deck. It's a tough choice.
Yeah, as they're saying in the chat now, that Opal might not realize that all she has to do is win this fight to win.
Yeah. I think like, how is she supposed to know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, unless she specifically saw, but she has the player thing on the left side.
So if she just puts the drag up top, she kills one of them.
Does she? Does she have enough space?
Mm-hmm. Nope. Nope,
No.
I'm completely wrong.
I think you could do the safe play here. Oh, that's not necessarily what I would have done. Interesting.
I actually think that was the right play. You take 12 damage, which hurts your score. Not even 12, you take 6 damage. But the harvest.
I guess she draws all her healing this turn, so it's fine. Hopefully.
But she can Petrified Skull.
I think you don't skull the boss yet. Maybe. I don't think she's going to get the flying kill. Would surprise me. I guess there's still a lot of turns, but
She's going to get Primordium back now.
I think once the sweeper actually kills lanes, there might be a chance. But
right.
She does less damage than Gabriel did, right? So.
Well, but she also has the sweeper hitting Primordium every turn as well. So she'll get the sweeper damage, plus she'll get the Stillsinger damage. And now Stillsinger should have an open season for the most part, as long as she keeps drawing these Petrified Skulls.
Yeah, and at some point she doesn't need to draw them anymore, right?
Right.
So, but I still think it's slightly less. We'll see. There's still like 4 turns left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The siege is being complemented here, Sato, and I do think that there's a strong amount of tension going on right now.
It's being complemented.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I love to see, like, you could have done some Legion of Wax things, you could have done some Thornhollow things, right? Like, there was a strong line for a very defensive Primordium, which was my original goal. Like, you could have leaned into like, there was no burn available, no reform available the entire run, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I was aiming for too, because I think the reform Primordium into action is just boring. I guess that's my opinion, but yeah. But I, like I said, I didn't realize it was that difficult in the early game. Like both players struggled, right?
Well, yeah, but it's good. I mean, it's the finals.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm back. Took care of some dinner. So
I guess it's attention, right? Yeah.
And it's good. Both of them looks like, yeah.
Opal took a little bit of damage to her pyre.
Did she?
I think 12. Oh, 6 damage, yeah.
Yeah.
But she gets the clear, and the end score, wow, by 3 points. Really, really close.
You did account for the restart, right?
Yes.
So I can look it up. Sorry.
I mean, Gabriel had less pyre damage, so he got 5 extra points from pyre damage. Although, oh no, he's looking at Opal's screen. I was like, and then he also took 90 versus 115, or 190 versus 115 shards.
Oh, the shard difference. Yeah, that's probably what. Wow. I think it's the closest finals we had so far, right?
Yeah.
I wasn't here for most of the run, so if you can ask some questions, that would be great. Thank you.
I want to know why they didn't pick a superfood per body.
Oh, there you go. They're both there. You can ask them yourself.
We're very offended by your choices.
Deeply. You've broken all of our hearts on separate occasions.
No superfood. No superfood. Wow.
I said I'm such a good defensive superfood seed, and nobody picks it.
It's tough because I'm like in a normal situation, I wouldn't pick superfood just because like the chance at spike to me isn't good enough to do it. But then I also was like second guessing myself. I'm like, well, they really like the seed. I'm wondering, there's probably some sort of spikes thing here. But yeah, I just went with aggressive to try to just take a solid line.
The consistent choice, I know. I kind of expected it, to be honest.
It's weird that I encountered a bug I've never seen before that run. I don't know if you guys noticed, but it was like the molten encasement was not giving stealth to my primordium. It was like eating up an extra stack each turn. It was weird. I don't think it would have changed anything, but it was just like really weird to see that.
Yeah, we didn't notice.
Like for me, the numbers are so small, I didn't notice either.
So in case you already don't know, extremely close finish. 3-point difference between first and second place. And so Opal, congratulations. With 148 points, you win the 8th Open Invitation Tournament.
Well played, Opal.
Well played. It was extremely close.
9
It was a nail biter, that divinity fight, because we knew how close it was. It was a real nail biter on this side.
I mean, to come that close, Gabriel, having to restart early, but then still bringing it in within 3 points was pretty wild.
Yeah, I knew I'd have to go high shards. I was hoping maybe with the endless, I wasn't doing any exact math, but I was hoping maybe I could get a flying kill, but just couldn't get that flying kill. Yeah, I'd figured once I restart, if she has a clean fight from there on out, I'm probably out of it, but tried to do what I could to put myself in a position. So yeah, definitely well played, Opal, though. I think you probably just didn't even take any damage past that point, huh?
I'm not sure. I leaked like 6 damage on Divinity from because I didn't draw my sweep on the right turn.
Yeah, that's really tough because we've been watching your Seraph fight, and your Seraph fight was like, it's like super easy, but then that's because you had a 1 capacity sweeper, so you could keep putting stealth. But got dicey with the capacity there on that middle floor.
But I feel like conscription notice gives you sweepers at an extremely high rate, like disproportionately so. But that might just be my experience.
Well, I think the pool definitely favors sweepers. Because I think there's only so many uncommons in it, and like 4 of them are sweepers, I think.
When I played, I always get
Wormkin.
Yeah, no conscription Wormkins.
But like you were both struggling in the early game, right?
I would have struggled. Yeah.
I mean, it was just that one fight. I should have just set up bottom. I don't know what I was thinking. Party boy got me.
Yeah,
really. I could have struggled less. Yeah. I could have struggled less if I didn't misclick the drip 4 in the Talos fight, and that just cost me 30 damage or something. Something ridiculous. Yeah.
Oh, so you wanted to ascend the frontliner there?
Yeah, no, I was trying to figure out how that affected the rest of the fight, but like when I was scrolling the floor, something I accidentally clicked it instead of. Yeah.
Yeah, we were wondering about that.
So that was rough.
Yeah.
Also, we're all very offended that you didn't take either one of the Formless Childs.
Like
you
at
didn't
that point,
take any Thorned Hollows either, so you know.
I played the one with Thorned Hollow, by the way, and it was pretty strong the entire way through.
I considered it until I saw the chased fight at the end, and I wasn't sure, whether you could scale the spikes to keep up.
Yeah, like you didn't know that there were so many options to kill units, right? And drip falls and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, chase can be pretty miserable with spikes.
And nobody picked Legion of Wax.
I would have if I took that Entombed Explosive, which I was like a millimeter away from picking. I was so sad to just directly see that right after.
What was that next to? Was it like, was that the one with the Whiplash as well, or was that the one with the Drip 4? I can't remember.
I think it was a Dripfall, Whiplash, Entombed Explosive. That sounds about right. Maybe it might have been a molded. I can't remember.
I think it's.
I don't even remember.
We can look it up. Wait.
Yeah.
Confucius, do you have your cheat sheet available? Like we could look it up.
What are we looking for?
The first card pick.
While they're looking that up, I threw out an idea earlier while you guys were getting prepped for your run, and I wanted to get your guys' take on this. So what if instead of having a monthly tournament like we've been running, we do kind of like a 4-month-long league where you play a game like every other week. You play one game in a head-to-head against another player. And then we do a kind of across like a 3-4 month period, and then just do a semifinals and finals with the top ranking players.
I think that'd be fun.
Like, you mean place these just from challenges? Like,
Or like, so let's imagine there's like, I don't know how many people we'd have in it, maybe 12 people. I don't know how many content creators are willing to, or people that play are willing to do it. Let's say we have like 12 people, and we're going to have 6 people play roughly, so 3 games roughly each week. The other players who have an off week would just submit seeds, and you'd play a seed submitted by another player.
Sounds like fun.
I think from a commitment perspective, it'd be a little bit easier than like, please commit 10 hours across your Saturday and Sunday one weekend to play in Monster Train tournaments. Instead, it's just like, can you commit for like 1 hour to play one run on a Saturday or a Sunday?
I think that'd be cool. I've kind of even thought of that idea before, just like a really long league where you can really focus on like one match at a time.
And then, as I said, then at the end, the top ranking players would then do like head-to-heads in the semifinals and finals. The other thing too is like we kind of all agreed universally, and we've talked about this before, head-to-heads are so much easier to watch and commentate than a free-for-all with 4 players.
Oh yes, and it's more fun too. Like you can basically talk more about each individual place, right? While on the 4 match.
Right.
Like for example, Payan was the slower player, right? We always kind of forgot about him.
Yeah.
The conversation did kind of drift away from it, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's why I feel bad about it, but like, so you're kind of missing too many things, and then the question comes up: what is the score now? What is the score now? It's kind of annoying too, right? Because you're so focused on trying to watch 4 people, I think the head-to-head thing is much more enjoyable, at least from a commentator perspective.
Definitely, also from a viewer perspective.
Well, then what I will do is in the next couple of days, I will put together a kind of registration for people and post it into our tournament thing plus the fan tournaments on the other Discord channel, and just let people sign up if they want. Because it honestly doesn't really matter how many players we have, and then I'll just build a schedule out of it.
Awesome.
That'd be awesome.
Cool. Any final thoughts on this tournament?
Damn it.
That was fun. I mean, every single round I was in was close. So it was like never, it just always felt really competitive. Which is, I think, good. I would assume from like a spectator perspective. I know it's good from a competitive standpoint.
I also didn't get the feeling that everyone was shoehorning into the same strategy. I felt like we had quite a lot of variety.
Right.
There was one seed, maybe. The Hellhorn seed with the Transcendent. I think that was where like every build looked the same.
Oh, right.
I think that might have been the one seed where at least I'm unhappy with.
But out of 7 seed, to have one where that happens is fine, I think.
Yeah.
I think also that the variety of there were some that were more difficult and some where basically the differentiator was you get the flying kills and so on, which it calls to several skill sets basically, and I think
it was very important for me, at least, that you tested more than just a player's ability to survive a run, and I think we accomplished that here to a pretty decent extent.
Yeah, there wasn't, except for the semifinal round 2, there wasn't really I would say, kill seed.
Quarterfinal yesterday with Gabriel and Peanut Jack, the last one. That was a pretty rough seed.
I mean, what do you think about it? Like, are those kind of seed good for tournaments? Like the killed seeds or the bad?
I think the mix.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's fun to have some seeds where it's like survival. I think what will also help is it being head-to-head. I think will tone down how risky players play for the most part, and then we can do harder seeds.
Because I think dying on like ring 3 or 4 is kind of sad, maybe, right?
Can be anticlimactic.
Yeah, but like, for example, Opal came really close there. Like, I think if you don't make this quick sweeper, I think you have like no chance of surviving that run, maybe.
Yeah, I was a bit hesitant about going to that many shards that fast, but I thought without the quick, then it just dies anyway, and then I lose the run. So.
Right. So what if you don't find the quick there, right? There's like no way, and then you die on ring 4 in the finals, maybe.
Yeah. I'm not actually really sure what happens there. I suppose you just hope that the units end up being weak enough, or you just, I don't know, you just try to feed the sweeper and play the tomb over and over again or something, and hope that gives you enough stealth to survive. But I don't really know how that works out.
And that was definitely not my intention with this run, that people die early. So I'm glad you made it, so it didn't feel that bad. At least for me.
I guess that's also less of a concern in a league. So because you should have more opportunities to come back from if you happen to stumble on one seed.
Yeah, that's what I think as well, and that's why I say like I think I wouldn't do like total score. Like it wouldn't be like add up all of your scores from all your runs. It's just win, loss, or tie.
Yeah.
Right. And so yeah, if you lose 1 week, okay, but then you get to come back and play later, and it's really about consistency across a lot of runs, which has really been something we've been trying to like emphasize. Is like we want to measure a player's consistency, not their ability to high roll in a given run.
And I think the league is a good format for that. Yeah. I agree.
Do you intend to use the same scoring system then?
Yep. Yeah, I would. I don't like the standard scoring system.
No, I don't think any of us do, right? Or neither of us does, I think.
I mean, for Covenant rank 1 high score seeds, sure, but not for this.
No, way too much emphasis on gold, way too much emphasis on taking every single trial, way too much emphasis on flying kills. Which I like in our, like, we consider flying kills and we consider shard count, but even then they are minor compared to like they're like edge cases. They are differentiating when everybody's doing pretty well in the run. And not like if you don't, you're just so far off of everybody else.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Well, I need to jump off. I'm gonna go play D&D with my kids.
Oh,
I've got, yeah, my 7-year-old is wild about it right now. So I'm gonna go run their campaign. Appreciate CodRayZeal's, Sado, Confucius, all of your support getting things up. Also, Loxy, I know you were active in getting things set up as well. So appreciate you guys kind of running things this time. And as I said, I'll put together a sign-up sheet, then we can organize a schedule, and we can talk about how to do logistics. But I think my feeling would be like, we try to find players that are like relatively in same time zones who can facilitate games within their time zone. And then only for the semifinals and finals, we need to like actually do coordination on what is a generally good time zone for all players.
Sounds good.
That's good. And thanks, Nate, for popping in and helping with the scoring and stuff. Yeah, I don't think that I personally would have managed without you and Gabriel diving in to help there. I don't know, Confucius managed pretty well there in the last one, but I don't think it would have gone much less smoothly if you guys hadn't jumped in there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Oh yeah, anytime. Thank you for putting this on. Always fun to do these.
And to the team that helped organize this thing, thank